Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress here in Oklahoma City. We are excited to get started here in the Jim Norick Arena. At this time, for those of you sitting ringside, if you could please stand for our national anthem. Well, again, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. We are going to get started here in the Jim Norick Arena in just a few minutes. We will be getting started in Ring 2 with your Junior Shorthorn show. Well, again, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. At this time, we're bringing in Class 1 late spring heifer calves in your junior purebred Shorthorn show. Your judge this morning, Mr. Chris Mullenix of Manhattan, Kansas. He is the livestock judging coach and animal science faculty member at Kansas State University. He has judged shows in 43 states, including the American Royal, Louisville, Denver, and several national junior shows. For those of you sitting ringside, please join me in putting your hands together for our judge this morning, Mr. Chris Mullenix. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to get started with your American Aberdeen show over here in Ring 1. We'll be getting started with Class 1 here in Ring 1, Open American Aberdeen Bulls. Your judge today, Mr. Taylor Shackelford of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He grew up in North Texas on a purebred and club calf operation. He's a full-time leadership development consultant, but his resume includes International Brangus Breeders Association, USDA, and most recently, the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Association. He's judged in-house for Texas Tech University on 2 national champion teams, winning Louisville in 2015. Since then, he has judged national, state, and local levels. For those of you joining us here in Jim Norick, please welcome our judge in the Aberdeen ring, Mr. Taylor Shackelford.
Over here on the Shorthorn side, very interesting class to start us off. And I think five cattle that you could do a lot of different things with and certainly justify. You got performance variation, both visually and a few things that you see in the paperwork. But all five cattle have some good in them. And I hope you can see what I do in each one of them and where you might choose to lay your priorities certainly can justify a lot of different things in here. Certainly a young lady doing a great job here with our class winner. From just a visual standpoint, as much growth and performance as anything in here. But I will tell you that played zero bearing in my decision whatsoever. Because for June and July, young baby heifer calves here, I don't think there's a single one in here that is out of bounds in terms of not having enough growth. So to me, it was more the other things that she put to the puzzle that really sorted her to the top. Heifer, in terms of body, I like easily the best in the class. Both the turn of her rib, the depth of her body, the uniformity of that body depth. When we get her out in motion, I think she maintains her top line, loin, and tail head as well as any. A little frailer in her bonework than ideal. Maybe could still reach a tick longer out of her front end in terms of stride. But I think a heifer that offers quality, brood cow look, a nice set of values that go with it, and a young lady that's doing a great job, even though that heifer is not enjoying maybe an early trip to town here, giving her a tough time. But an excellent way to start things off. A very neat young heifer calf in second. I know probably at first glance you think, well, aren't 1 and 3 a little more alike? I really don't think so. I think 1 and 3 are the two heavier weight heifers in this class, but these are the two higher quality cattle to me. I like this pair was close because I think that heifer is certainly neater up front, maybe a little more correct in the way that she gets out of her shoulder and front end structure. But then you come off her hind leg and she doesn't have quite as an attractive in a set. That tail head can kind of creep up on her in times and get just a little off in her spine. But a heifer that is green and high quality, I think has some really fun days in front of her. Another very nice heifer that comes next. Hip forward, she could win the class. It's that hip and hind leg that needs to be modified. A little too up underneath of herself as she gets out and goes, drops those pins, just gets a little uncoordinated in the way she handles herself as we get her out on the lead. The next heifer, again, a neat look to that one, and probably as much hip shape and pin width as any of the heifers in this class. A female that comes off to me just a little harder in her center body, and one that could be modified in the angle of that shoulder as well. But a neat look, quality presentation, certainly some natural dimension. Final heifer, much like her, has some width and some power and some muscle. A heifer that's a little out of balance, a little deeper up through her front end than she is in her flank. And again, one as we set her into motion, maybe not quite as comfortable as she needs to be in her spine and the way she gets off of both ends. Again, an excellent class, challenging class, but a very good set of cattle here to start the morning.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, the results of your first class in our Purebred Shorthorn show. First place went to back number 50466. F Pretty Fool 16405, exhibited by Talia Ferguson Sanders of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50460. SMS Max Rosa J3, exhibited by Abby Scott. Third place went to back number 50463, exhibited by Madeline Berg. Fourth place was exhibited by Lane Blankenship. In fifth place in that class, exhibited by Brianna Wood. Now we'll look for Class 2 late spring heifer calves over here in your Shorthorn ring. Back over to the Aberdeen ring, we do have the results of our first class. First class went to back number 111, Lance Sublet. And second place in that class, exhibited by Chad Simmon. Then into Class 2, first place was Jara Schoenfield. Well, congratulations in ring one. Results of Class 3 first place went to Jara Schoenfield with JRS Homer. Next in the ring will be Class 4 over here in your Aberdeen ring.
Well, here on the Shorthorn side, a very nice trio of Mayborn heifers. Probably a class that falls together maybe with a little more logic than the previous class. I think a very easy winner here on the top end. I think a female, not only do I like what I see today, but she's very green compositionally and I think has a really bright future in front of her. Quality is the first word that strikes me. I think from a balance perspective, she's substantially better than the next two females because of that extra extension, female quality, the way she's laid into her shoulder versus the white heifer, probably just a little truer in the shape to her forerib and body, and I like that sweep to her lower body versus the red heifer that's third. So she kind of puts a tandem of traits together that I think are pretty easy to find in this particular group. Now, the big-bodied, high-volume heifer, if you just get comparative, is certainly the white female in second. Like that about her. She's got the right kind of turn and substance and boldness to her body. Heifer, as we get her out on the lead, she's not nearly as comfortable off of either end. In fact, to me, that's what makes 2 and 3 close, is that heifer needs to relax in her top line, and she needs to get out of her front end and that rear pastern with just a little more comfort and length of stride. I don't know that I necessarily saw a big enough advantage, though, in the red heifer. When she relaxes out here for us, perhaps she's a little better in the way the stability off of that rear pastern. But to me, today, she's just a nickel too hard in her foreribs. She needs more body volume to go with the frame and length that she possesses at this stage in her growth curve. But certainly a heifer that's got some quality, some refinement, some extension up front. Really a nice set of Mayborn heifer calves there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over in the Aberdeen ring. We have the results of Class 4. First place was exhibited by Hansa Cattle with HSR Mama's Next Generation. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds, and we'll be selecting a Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Aberdeen Bull. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, we do have the results of Class 2 Late Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 50473. PRNL JLO 2112, exhibited by Eli Matthews of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50472, exhibited by Piper Campbell. And third place in that class was exhibited by Macy Cook of Perry, Oklahoma. Now coming into your Shorthorn ring is Class 3 Late Spring Heifer Calves. Well, congratulations in your Aberdeen ring. Your champion will go to Hansa Cattle with HSR Mama's Next Generation, and reserve champion goes to Lance Sublet with DVRF Solar J61PD. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now look to get started with your open female show. We'll look for Class 5.
Another set of May heifer calves here. Guys, this is a really, really deep class. We stepped it up big time, and these three heifers, and mind you, I will say four because unfortunately we had a fourth one that had to leave that would have been right in the thick of things with these three, no question about it. But you know, this is an excellent class. Congratulations. It warmed up a lot here this morning as we get to class number 3. So congratulations, these exhibitors. Up here up front, though, the roan heifer to me is a pretty handy winner. And I kind of get these three together, and it was always a matter of which one am I going to run second out of this trio, because I think the roan heifer is a very, very easy place to start. I think right here from the profile, she sets a nice trend for what we'll look for during the course of the day. I think a very, very maternal look to that female in terms of both refinement and femininity up front, but a perfect example of one. You don't have to be just choke-throated and crazy-necked for me to call one maternal looking, because that one has doability to her too. I think a beautiful sweep to her body, still very, very nice in terms of her structure. Relative to the second female, the way she hits and blends down there through the lower portion of her shoulder and her chest floor just helps her look so much here from the profile. Moderate in her kind. I think a bright future in front of that one. I like her quite a bit. 2 and 3, as we said, is close. And there's obviously just more to our second place female today. But I will tell you, I think that will always be the case. I think the turn of her forerib, her body shape, natural dimension is clearly her forte in this particular pair. Now, where I'd modify her is just out of her front end a touch. Pick that chest up in her, lengthen her out of her front end, and I think in motion she tends to just get a little off in the way she goes off her front end in particular. If we could modify those things, she starts playing with that roan heifer. Elegance is the third place heifer's advantage. I think that's what makes it close. She's so much neater and more extended up through her front end. You know, she's green condition-wise. I like that. I hope that maybe she's kind of in one of those growing up stages, and as she quits that, she'll start bodying, you know, a little bit more. She's a little pinched right in her forerib. And as you study her in her hip, just like to lengthen and maybe pick those pins up just the slightest little bit in her. Being pretty nitpicky, though, on three outstanding individuals there that lead off the class. Fundamentally, this is a very good female in fourth. She's sound. She's got plenty of body. I think function is excellent in that female. She just doesn't quite come with the look and quality to get into this top trio. Just a little plainer in terms of her general appearance, but I think still in terms of just basic brood cow look and function, needs to get around those couple behind her. Modify the length of her feet just a little bit, but she handles it good from a soundness standpoint. Roan heifer, probably a little more highly presented, a little more to her, a little more boldness to her center body. She gets up in her spine and just a little tight when we get her out in motion. And then we round things out with the final roan heifer. Boy, as much length of body, as much visual growth and weight per day of age, probably as any heifer in the entire class. For her frame, I wish she had a little more body to accommodate that frame, to give her a little more balanced and easier doing look. And much like the heifer that leads out in front of her, she needs to be changed a bit off of both ends of her structure to just loosen her up and give her a little more flexibility. Again, an excellent class, as deep and as good as anything we've seen thus far this morning. Congratulations to those exhibitors here in our Shorthorn ring. We get our first division here of the day in the Shorthorn show, and again, what an outstanding way to showcase these young people with these heifer calf projects. Just summer-born babies, but I see a lot of future in front of a number of these cattle that were in this division. Not huge numbers yet, but very good on the top end. Again, as they come back out here, it kind of tells the story a little bit of what we mentioned in that first class, that I thought all of those heifer calves had enough performance, that it wasn't the fact that she was bigger and higher performing wasn't the reason she won her class. So I think you see what I was talking about. We get that first class winner back out here, and heck, if we ran them across the scale, she might be as heavy in weight as any one of these three class winners. Not that there's a huge variation in age, but it just tells you where she kind of sat from a performance standpoint, even relative to her contemporaries there within the class. A good female, a functional female. I don't know that she's got quite the extra look to get a piece of this division, but certainly a quality cow prospect. Very nice heifer that stepped things up there in our second class. We get her back out here. I think she's still got the look to compete. So it'll be interesting to see how she continues to mature, how that four-rib shape kind of comes into her as we study her from hooks to pins. Maybe not quite as correct as the heifer that's right behind her. And then you've got that third class winner, and probably the cat's out of the bag already. That one is awfully nice. I think puts a lot of things together that we'll be continuing to look for throughout the course of the morning. Give that young man a nice round of applause. That's going to be our first divisional winner here today. Congratulations to you, bud.
Well, congratulations over in the Shorthorn ring. Your late spring heifer calf champion goes back number 50479 MFS Knighted Pinky the Roo, 2142 ET, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio.
You know, for reserve, it gets a little closer for me, and I think both the second and third place heifers out of our oldest class, along with that heifer that came out of the second class, are the contenders. And I think you could shake those three up and probably justify any one of the three. Like the front end assembly and look of our second class winner, like the boldness and the body and the mass and dimension of our third or our second place heifer out of class number 3. like we said, change her just a nickel in the way she comes out of her shoulder and set that tail head into her just a touch better at times. But again, an excellent pair of females there. Again, as we said, I think 3 heifers that you could really shake up and do a lot of different things with. We're going to keep those older heifers together. Young lady's going to have our reserve champion here in this division.
Well, back over in the Shorthorn ring, your reserve of that first division went to back number 50475, and our Quantum Queen 459 JDMET exhibited by Reagan Ray Ferris of Whiteland, Indiana. We'll now bring in Class 6 early spring heifer calves over here in your Shorthorn ring. And back over to the Aberdeen ring, we have the results of your first few classes of females. First place in Class 5 was exhibited by Chad Simon. In Class 6, first place exhibited by Rhiannon Nickel, and second to Rhett Nickel. In Class 7, first place was exhibited by Connor Summers, and second place by Rhiannon Nickel. And congratulations in your next class of Aberdeen's first place in Class 8, exhibited by Reese Nickel. Congratulations in Class 9 in your Aberdeen ring. First place went to back number 108, Jera Schoenfield with JRS Harley.
Like I said, I think a very intriguing set of young heifer calves to study in this lineup. And again, I think a class where you could certainly justify some different things, especially the top four heifers. I see some really, really neat parts in each one of them. And for me in particular, 2, 3, and 4 become cattle that I could shuffle around and certainly justify based on some different pieces that each one of them have. I guess for me, when it's all said and done, though, this is the one you got to land on. I think much like that we talked about in that last division, here's one that blends a look of quality and balance with the right kind of turn and rib shape and natural dimension. When you study her compared to that heifer behind her, she's got a nickel more growth to her today, but I think more outcome in terms of growth curve as well. And I think she's significantly truer in terms of body shape and natural width. Get that tail head, sit it down into her top line a little better to be ideal, but that heifer's really got a lot of good going for her. I think a pretty logical place for me to end up starting this particular lineup. In second here, I just love the basic brood cow look that this heifer has. She's never going to be the biggest one, but I think she has quality. I love the shape of her neck and the way it comes into her shoulder. Again, much like the heifer that wins from the side, that sweep and depth that she's got to her rib and body is very, very nice. I think she's functional and good in terms of her skeleton and structure. Comes up a nickel flatter in terms of just general dimension and just a nickel shorter bodied and as you study her. But again, a very, very high quality individual. That's just a little more my kind to slide here into the second hole. Heifer in third. From her forerib back, I think she's a player. She's got a nickel more substance to her and natural width going away than the heifer that precedes her. The turn of her body matches that. It's from that shoulder forward that I just hope she can stay fresh enough and attractive enough as she matures into a bred here next year. A heifer that's got a little more chest, a little plainer in the shape of that neck. I just don't know if she's going to maintain that front end quality to match what she's got coming from there back. The heifer that's next, I think this is maybe the most intriguing female in the entire lineup. For a heifer that's that green and obviously gives up some body here today, I wish all of you could study her up high, because it's not that she doesn't have the right dimension. That heifer's got a tremendous top shape, a really bold upper turn to her rib. Her pin set and width and dimension from behind is very good. I think that heifer's got a striking look about her, neatness up through her front end and down through her chest. So why does she end up in fourth? We get her out on the move, and she's not going good enough. A heifer that could use a shot more body, but she's just tightening up for us a little too much, in particular the way she comes out of her front end, but a little back in her hock as well. That will be an interesting heifer to watch mature as she bodies down and see where she goes structurally from here. But I think some very, very intriguing pieces there. And then our final heifer, again, one that's got plenty of performance, plenty of length, a heifer that's got some natural width as you study her up high. Much like the heifer in front of her, she doesn't get out and go quite sound enough in her feet and leg structure, and then she doesn't quite balance up as nicely. But that's a testament to how good this class is to round the class out with one that's got the quality she has. Again, an outstanding group of heifer calves there. Congratulations to that set of Shorthorn exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. We have the results of Class 6. First place went to back number 50477, Saul Who's Boys Revolution. Solution 1099 JET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50485, CF Mona Lisa 190 LLXET, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Brianna Wood. Fourth place went to Colton Greenhorn, and fifth place in that class was Barrett Griffin. We now bring in Class 7 early spring heifer calves. Over here in the Aberdeen ring, we do have the results of your final class of females. First place went to Hansa Cattle. We are now bringing in all of your division champion reserves to select a champion and reserve champion open, purebred and percentage female. And congratulations, your grand champion open and purebred Aberdeen female goes to Hansa Cattle with TW Firefly 39H.
Well, again, over here on the Shorthorn side, I think a very nice pair of heifers, although different in their kind, I think pretty quickly surface. A little more moderation in the heifer that leads the class and certainly backs that up with just a nickel more body depth. So I think that initial impression is just a little more practical, easier fleshing kind of look to that female. What I like is that she does so and yet still holds some balance feature advantages versus the second place heifer. And as we mentioned, that extra depth of body, when you couple it with the way she still maintains her chest floor and the extension she's got up front, I think just pieces together with just a nickel more look here from the side as well. She's not as extended as the class winner, and I think both of these heifers could be modified a little in the way they handle their hip and hind leg. That heifer is just gets slightly on the edge of her skeleton as she goes away. I'd like to change that and her just a nickel, but still very functional in terms of her skeleton. The heifer behind her, in contrast, kind of rolls in that hip structure and drops her pins. So you've got some give and take in terms of rear skeleton. That heifer's got tremendous length, performance, and natural dimension. Where she doesn't balance out quite as nicely, we need to drop that flank in her to just give her that final look there from the side. Two very, very nice heifers, obviously very different in their kind. The heifer here in third versus fourth, I think just a little more sweep and depth through the center portion of her rib. She flattens up a little from behind, and I like to strengthen her and change her both in the way she hooks up at the top of her shoulder and then the way she blends into her forerib from there. But a heifer that's got some stoutness of structure, some depth, some doability to her. In contrast, a heifer with a little more muscle shape comes in fourth. I like the extra width that she presents. She gets a little awkward in motion. Her top line kind of gets up in her. She drops that neck out of the top of her shoulder. I think it's a product of just being a little too open and straight in the way she's built up front. But a heifer that's sure got some length, some width, and some dimension to her. A nice set of females top to bottom.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Aberdeen ring. Reserve went to Connor Summers. Now, what is this? Class 11 was just over here in ring 1. First place was exhibited by Jara Schoenfield with TCS JH Miss CC. Back over here in the Shorthorn ring, we have the results of Class 7 early spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 50492, exhibited by Alyssa Carter. Second place went to back number 50491, exhibited by Abilene Sullivan. Third place in that class, back number 50489, exhibited by Benjamin Moffitt. And fourth place in that class, exhibited by Anna Reddy. Now in the ring is Class 8 early spring heifer calves. And congratulations in your Aberdeen ring. First place in Class 12 went to Chad Simon with AHH Petunia. We'll now bring those two back in and select a champion reserve, full blood female.
Well, again, a nice set of Cal prospects here in the Shorthorn class. Again, maybe a little more give and take in this class. Maybe not that one that just overwhelms you when they hit the ring like we've had in a couple previous classes. And yet, kind of the Dirty Roan heifer here that wins, she does pretty comfortably for me. And even though she's not perfect in the way she comes out of her front end and from a motion standpoint, I still give her that advantage relative to the two heifers that are behind her. I like her moderation. I like the shape of her rib. A heifer that, again, at the crest of her neck and the way that neck sets into the top of her shoulder could be changed a bit, but just a good solid entry to get us started here in this particular class. You know, get them parked and a pair switch is probably going to be something that happens quite a bit, because this young lady's heifer, she's presented very, very nice to us. She's got a nickel more performance than the heifer that leads out in front of her. You know, even beyond the belly build we've got there, she's, I think, got more center rib and body depth naturally also. That heifer just is challenged way too much when we get her out in motion. It's both ends of her structure. She's too tight and short-strided off both ends, and then that loin and tailhead kind of gets all over the place on us when we set her out at the lead. It's a shame, because that one sure got a nice look to her, presented very nicely to us. A good female with a lot of significant breeding pieces to build around. She just needs to be sounder for me. And that's why, actually, I think 2 and 3 is the closest decision in here. But I never thought this heifer quite got out of her front end with enough advantage to switch that pair. And this heifer gets a little out of balance in terms of her chest relative to her flank. She needs to be a nickel more elegant and refined up front. Heifer that's still moderate and got some body volume to her, and certainly just gives you an easier doing look than the final female. And she's backed with some calving ease genetics that might make her relatively unique in the right kind of breeding program. The final heifer here, certainly from a condition standpoint, probably not where she needs to be competitive. I actually think she takes as good and as long a stride off of her hind leg perhaps as any heifer in the class, but a heifer that just gives up way, way too much here today in terms of body mass and volume to get her any higher.
Well, congratulations over here in your Aberdeen ring. We have your champion open full blood female exhibited by Jared Schoenfield. And reserve champion goes to Chad Simon. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll not go into your junior American Aberdeen show. We'll be looking for Class 13. Back over here in the Shorthorn ring, results of Class 8 early spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 50499. BFS Ruby Rose NS 134, exhibited by Emily Bowman. Second place in that class, back number 50495. KJWAT Fire World 0407J, exhibited by Carly Goats. Third place went to back number 50496, exhibited by Mark Inskeep. And fourth place in that class, back number 50454, exhibited by Hunter Davis. Now currently in the ring is Class 9 early spring heifer calves.
Well, another very nice set of shorthorn heifer calves here. And these two surface pretty quickly for me. A third heifer that probably then just logically slides into that spot. But I think you got to get in and just analyze this top pair a touch, maybe beyond some of the initial first impressions. I really like the solid red heifer that's leading things off. And for me, in terms of the comfort in which she handles, the squareness, comfort, and good in which she handles her hind leg, that's where she holds an advantage. She's not got as much on her today, as much bloom, as much performance, as much body volume as the heifer right behind her. But again, if we walk this heifer out just by herself and said, hey, I got a young April heifer calf to show to you, I think all of us would say, yeah, that heifer's got plenty of growth and performance. Where I'd modify her just a touch. She wants to splay out on her front feet just a slight bit. And as we get her in motion, that shoulder kind of opens up just the slightest little bit at the top part. And if we could blend her just a little better there, things would maybe just stay smoother when she's in motion. It's not a matter of length of stride, flexibility, or soundness. It's just the way that shoulder opens up just a touch in her. I like that heifer's freshness and correctness of condition that she comes to us in today relative to the roan heifer in second. This one at the stand, she makes a case, no doubt about it. That one has got that sweep and body and volume that we've liked in so many other heifer calves up to this point. She resembles some of those in that regard. She's probably a little better in the way she comes into the front part of her shoulder and then blends into her head and neck versus the heifer that wins. So those things make it a close decision. When we get that heifer out in motion, she gets a little uncoordinated in the way she handles that hip and hind leg, like to square her up a touch as she goes away. Still young baby heifer calves, I probably wouldn't mind leaning that one up just a tick and just see how much genuine dimension is there underneath of that. But that's being pretty nitpicky, guys. Two excellent heifers there that lead things off. Heifer in third, striking look, long-bodied, neat-fronted heifer. Love the length of body she's got. She's still relatively stout when it comes to substance of bone and some foot underneath of her. Heifer that comes off just a little more extreme in her kind, though. A little more frame without quite enough body yet at this stage in her development, but it's certainly a neat look about her, and her quality is what gets her over the next couple of heifers. This heifer that's next, I think still relatively practical. She's got depth and moderation that gives you an idea that she'll be pretty easy fleshing. Just a little too plain in her look, and again, one that's just a little upright in the way she's built in that shoulder and front knee. Some genetic opportunity in the next heifer. Boy, some calving ease, some of your indexes, as you look to continue to make improvement in that regard, there's one that you could take a look at. But to me, phenotypically, that heifer is just a little extreme in her look, not quite enough body volume, and needs to move a little better out of her front end. Final heifer here, certainly one that's stout in terms of bone work, but to her fault. You get back here and start studying her hock joint. I'd like to clean her up, just make her smoother and neater in that regard. Heifer that sure got muscle, no doubt about it. That one's got as much true muscle shape relative to her frame as anything in here. Just falls short in terms of female quality and correctness to go with that. Again, a very, very nice class, good from top to bottom. Congratulations once again to those Shorthorn exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in your Shorthorn ring, results of Class 9. First place went to back number 50502, CF Mona Lisa 175 LLXET, exhibited by Dason Cash of Fay, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50504, CF Mona Lisa 166 SOLET, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place was exhibited by Morgan Veranda. Fourth place in that class will go to Mackenzie Pollard. Fifth place exhibited by Caleb Nesham. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Kinley Rader. Now in ring 2, we have Class 10 early spring heifer calves. Well, congratulations over here in your Aberdeen ring. Results of Class 15. First place went to back number 123, Reese Nickel with 7C Primrose, 123H. We'll now bring in Class 16.
Well, as we move here into our earlier March-born females, go ahead and bring that third heifer out as well. I think a trio of heifers that you quickly find, and it's not that they're exactly the same. I think each one of them probably has a class advantage. But when you add up all the pieces, I personally, I think a pretty logical place for us to get started in the roan heifer. I think she's got, she mirrors kind of that initial maybe striking look of the heifer in third, and yet she backs it up with the kind of dimension and body volume more like the heifer in second to kind of be that kind of complete package in this particular group. Again, is she overwhelming maybe in any one of those areas? Maybe not, but I think just a really, really fault-free female. I think her front end structure is a big advantage versus the heifer that comes here in second. I like the way, the shape of that head, the crest of her neck, the way she comes in to that, the front part of her shoulder, and yet she sweeps back with the right kind of body volume and depth in her. I think just a good, solid female here that leads things off for us. 2 and 3 are very different. For me, 2's just in terms of body volume and natural dimension holds a substantial advantage. There's the problem. When we get her out on the lead, that front end structure holds her back from just staying collected in her spine and top line as she goes. But I just don't see quite enough real dimension in the third place heifer to switch this. Get them stopped. Again, young lady does a beautiful job of presenting this heifer. If you like them with that extra extension up through their head and neck, I'm good with that. But I don't know if that heifer, underneath of that presentation just has quite enough cal for me. She's just a little too flat everywhere we study her. Even her jaw and forerib, to me, I just need more real natural width and dimension. She's sound, she's long, she's pretty. just not enough real dimension to get around those two in front of her. In fact, the heifer in fourth is bolder and truer and stouter everywhere you study her. Unfortunately, she comes in a little too many pieces. Right there behind her shoulder, it's obvious. She's just too weak and broken in her top line to ever fit together with the balance of that initial trio in front of her. But a good solid female because she's good at the ground and she's got some doability and body shape to her. The next heifer, maybe if you think it merits a switch, I wouldn't argue totally because she's just a little stronger and put together a little nicer in her top line. She doesn't handle her hind leg and with the soundness of those cattle in front of her, but a heifer that's still got an acceptable shape to her. I think she needs to stay better together in motion, while the heifer in front of her needed to stay together better when we get her parked. So two very different cattle there. The roan heifer next got length and femininity up through her front end. A heifer, though, that needs more body volume from there back for me to call her quite easy enough doing. But the same holds true for the roan heifer that's next. I think she's a little bigger in her framework. She's got a nickel more growth than the heifer right in front of her, so that maybe could cause you to think back and forth a little bit between those two, because I certainly did. The roan heifer in front of her, darker roan heifer, just had a nickel more look to her when we got them parked. So again, a very nice set of cattle top to bottom. Good, solid, complete female that leads it off.
Well, congratulations over here in your Aberdeen ring. Your grand champion of our junior show goes to Connor Summers and reserve Jarrah Schoenfield. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, we have the results of Class 10. First place went to back number 50515, SS Evermore Mirage 137 ET, exhibited by Cash Lehrman of Spencer, South Dakota. Second place went to back number 50514, CRK Ruby's Sage 211, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 50508, Saul MFS Dreamy Cherry 1014 JET, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Kaylin Moffitt. Fifth place exhibited by Wyatt Fetcher. Sixth place was exhibited by Mackenzie Lautry. And seventh in that class exhibited by Abilene Sullivan. Now in the ring is Class 11, your final class before we select our early spring heifer calf division. Congratulations to Jarrah Schoenfield with her champion junior full-blood female.
Well, again, a very fun class. My congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors because, as we look here toward another division, this is going to be a really, really strong lineup, and the top end has been excellent, but the depth in these classes has been very, very strong. This top end, it comes down to a pair of heifers that I think offer a little bit of give and take. It's one of these times where, you just stick to your guns, and when they hit the ring, I thought this was pretty logically the winner. And it's interesting. She fights the halter quite a bit. And at times she can kind of get that tail head elevated and get a little awkward in the way, that she's planting off her hind leg, and then she'll relax just for that second. And I think you see, maybe naturally what her skeleton is more like. But, I think a beautifully presented heifer. I think a heifer much like the one in second, as you study them here from the side, what do they have in common, as a level of moderation and body depth that gives you a pretty easy fleshing look. What I like about this heifer is the way that neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. I actually do read the angle of her shoulder to be more correct than our second place female. And those are the two big advantages that I find in her. I think it equates to just a strikingness that she presents that is pretty tough to get by in this particular lineup, but an excellent female. Second place heifer has an edge in dimension. When you get right on top of them, she is bolder in the turn of her upper rib. She's got more natural width back through her hip and pin set. The back 2/3 of this heifer, to me, can win the class. It's up front, the angle of that shoulder, the way her neck set is, that I need to change just a nickel to get her into that first slot, but two very, very good heifers here on the top end. Third heifer matches them in terms of moderation and body type compared to the next two females. She's one that's not nearly as attractive in the way she comes out of her front end, a little shorter necked, a little more elevated again in the angle of that shoulder. Deep and uniform in her body depth, though, and a good, easy doing look about that female. 4 and 5 have a little more frame to them. I guess I see a little more attractiveness and a strikingness in the fourth place female. Hopefully she can kind of quit growing up and start bodying down a little bit more, and then she can give those three more moderate cattle a run as she gets on down the line. But I think a heifer that's still built awfully nice in terms of just basic balance and look. You watch her get away from you, and she can narrow up just a little more in the base of her skeleton than you would prefer. The roan heifer that's next has got a nice turn to her body, but again, not the depth and sweep maybe of that initial trio. That's what kept those two together. I still see some quality in terms of look and balance in that female, but a heifer that just needs more rib and body to match her framework and length. The heifer that's next, certainly one that's good in terms of rib shape and body type. A heifer that gets just a little awkward when we get her out on the lead. She wants to come out of her front end and get up in that spine just a little too much for me. And then we wrap things up with a heifer that just needs more body volume, depth back through her flank, a softer look about her to have more doability. A heifer that's got length, she's certainly neat up through her front end. She'll surprise you. Nickel more muscle shape up high perhaps than her base width would suggest, but a heifer that just needs more rib, body volume, and fleshing ease. Excellent class there as well. We're setting up to be a great division here. Congratulations, Shorthorn exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Simmental ring. In the Shorthorn ring, we have the results of Class 11 Early Spring Heifer Calves. First place will go to back number 50519, exhibited by John Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, with Little Cedar EF Margie WW 2124. Second place in that class went to back number 50521, exhibited by Abby Bratcher of Elizabeth, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Mackenzie Lawtrey of Royce City, Texas. Fourth place was exhibited by Tyler Loudon. Fifth place went to Alexa Turner. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Addison Counts. And seventh place exhibited by Anna Reedy. Now in the ring, we have all of your firsts and seconds. We'll be selecting your champion reserve early spring heifer calf.
Well, guys, big division, March and April born heifer calves, very good division. And as we get these class winners back out, I'm not going to tell you I think they're all peas in a pod. I think there's a little variation in the cattle, but they're all good cattle. And I think it was a product of some different classes that had some that had a little more depth than others. But I think really a nice lineup. And I think there's 3 or 4 heifers out here in this set of class winners that certainly deserve a strong look to get a piece of this division, including a second place or 2 that are over here behind me. But as they come back out here, I'm not going to break down all the cattle again. I actually end up pretty pleased. I think there's one that as we get them back out here just, puts a little bit more of everything together. I think a striking look and yet still has the right kind, of dimension and power to her. I think probably the most difficult one to pick any significant holes in, and not that we can't get really nitpicky and get into the details, but I think one that I think jumps out in this particular division as hitting and checking all the boxes for me. She came out of class number 1, young lady. Let's go ahead and bring that heifer on out. Give her a nice round of applause in our second division here in the Shorthorn Show.
Congratulations, your champion early spring heifer calf goes to back number 50477. Saul Who's Bose Solution 1099 JET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Well, for me, a bit more challenging decision here for reserve. And, I know I took a little more time to maybe get to this decision, but my goodness, you are at the single biggest cattle event in the country. And these young people have worked a long time, and this matters. Getting a piece of a division that is this good is a credit to these young people and the programs they're putting together, the things they're doing at home. So, I don't apologize for that because I think this is what these young people deserve. There's 4 or 5 heifers. I think all of them are contenders. I'll mention probably the 3 that kind of hit me and where this differences are. This heifer that stood second to our champion, she grows on me. She's a little greener yet and a little smaller, but I think she's built with the potential to just keep getting better. And I think balance and structure-wise, she's very, very nice. Does she have enough real width and natural dimension for you? And it'll be interesting to see where she matures, from this point forward. I think that's the question mark you've got, but I'd be lying to say she isn't a contender for me because of just the quality of the way that she's made in her skeleton, structure, and balance. And we drop back here to the 2 March-born heifers at the end of the lineup, and I think both of those are the other 2 that I bring into contention here. The dark red heifer in the back of the lineup, boy, right there, you want to jump onto her, no question about it, because that one has a very, very striking look, beautifully presented. As we said, she's fighting things today, and I don't know that I still have just a perfect read on her skeleton and structure. It's by no means out of bounds. Do I think she's unsound at all? But just the way she fights things, this never gives us a natural look, when she's in motion. But boy, when she is parked, young lady can get her pulled together, and that one has got an extraordinary look about her. Still plenty of shape and dimension, and I think a lot of future just reading angles. That, as we said, that tail head and the way she handles it in motion needs to be changed just a little bit. Probably as much performance and length as any as the heifer that came out of the class in front of her. One that does probably get out and just handle things a little better for us here today. A little on the bigger side in terms of mature size, but that's the last thing I'm worried about is trying to figure out what frame score is right. Let's make them good, and she's pretty good. I like just the complete package she puts together. Maybe not the extras of that heifer that won the division, but the one that suits me the best in terms of piecing everything together. She's going to be the reserve here in this division. Give that young man a nice round of applause, and all of our exhibitors here in this division. Excellent set of cattle. Good job.
And congratulations, your reserve champion early spring heifer calf goes to back number 50515, SS Evermore Mirage 137 ET, exhibited by Cash Learman of Spencer, South Dakota. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 14 here in your next division, junior heifer calves.
Well, again, a very strong class, late February born heifers here. I think the red and white heifer that leads it off does so pretty comfortably. I think the initial trio kind of work their way up, and then you get them, parked there at the side, and I think a pretty easy place to start, and just in terms of, that tandem of female quality, brood cow look, balance, the way she puts things together here from the profile, I think kind of stands alone in this particular lineup. And where she holds an edge versus the second place heifer, she's got more extension up front. That chest is up in her just a little nicer than that second place female, and just a little more extension everywhere you study her. I think both heifers could be changed just a nickel in the way they stride up front and come to the ground, but that's, again, being very, very nitpicky. That's an excellent female. What a great way to start off this second division. 2 and 3 are or third division, I should say. 2 and 3 are very, very different. A little more moderation in the second place female, and I like her hip and hind leg a little nicer than I do the female that falls behind her. Even though that tail head could come down in her a little bit, the length of her hip where her pin set stays, and just the comfort and just stability and squareness with which she lands off of that hind leg is the advantage I see. I'd like to just run her uphill a little bit better and tuck that chest and lower shoulder back in her just a touch, but a heifer that I think's got a lot of good in her. There's some future in this one too, though. She's got more extension, more frame, and she is bold. I mean, really, really bold and powerful and big-hipped. Relative to that framework, it's just a little shorter in that hip structure, a little lower in that pin set, and the way she handles that hip and hind leg maybe doesn't stay together quite as nicely in motion. A little high steps out of her front end at times, but a power heifer that's got length and performance and a lot of unique breeding pieces for that young lady. Heifer here in fourth, that's a good female, guys. She's smooth, really, really nice in the way she lays into her shoulder. A heifer that maybe doesn't have that same pure body depth of some of the cattle that lead off this particular class. I don't know if we got an extra teat kind of going on over here, but it shows her udder quality may be something we could study as she continues to mature. But I love the length. I like the refinement that she's got. Just wish she had a little more power and just a more robust kind of look to her relative to those cattle in front of her. And then finalize things with a moderate heifer that's got some body and doability to her, just not quite the quality and balance in that heifer calf of those that lead out in front of her in this particular lineup. But again, a very strong group top to bottom. Congratulations once again to those young people.
Congratulations in Class 14, Junior Heifer Calves. First place goes to back number 50528, CF Mona Lisa 148 LLXET, exhibited by Keegan McCrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place will go to back number 50527, exhibited by Alyssa Carter. Third place went to back number 50532, exhibited by McKinley Evans. Fourth place went to Brooke Costello, and fifth place in that class, Kimberly Boyer. We'll now bring in Class 15 Junior Heifer Calves.
Guys, excellent, excellent class here. On the top end, I think the quality runs very, very deep in this class. These top two heifers stick out for me, but quite honestly, guys, this is a winner. I mean, that heifer is really, really nice. The minute she hit the ring, I thought, wow, that one does a lot of everything we've tried to evaluate and talk about so far this morning. Beautiful condition, awesome balance, a shot more dimension than the second place heifer, the way she comes into her fore rib, stoutness and natural width out of her hip, and yet gives up nothing in terms of just, a quality image and balance from the side. That's a really, really outstanding individual that leads this class off for us. This is one of those times where I hope the young lady in second knows how much I like her heifer, because it's not so much a product of what's wrong with her. It's very much a product of what is right in the one that beat her. I think this is you put this heifer, make her pull her back one class, and then all of a sudden we're talking about where that one fits into the last division. So I love her refinement, her female quality. She's so sound and good in terms of feet and leg structure. As we mentioned, just a nickel flatter in that fore rib in particular. Again, set that tail head in her just a little bit more correctly, but those are two excellent females on the top end. Good heifer in third, big-bodied, high-volume female, just a cow look about her, not quite the pizzazz and extra, look from a profile. Her lines are fine. She just doesn't strike you with the fresh, attractive look that initial pair brings to the table, but a good fundamental heifer sitting in third. The fourth place heifer is one of those that kind of grows on me, one of those that maybe doesn't have the same body depth as the heifers on either side of her, but she's actually got a nice rib shape as you study her up high. She fights the halter a little bit, but I read her a bit more correct in the angle of her shoulder, certainly longer bodied and more extended up in her front end as well than the heifer that'll come next. But it's close because this heifer's moderation and body volume is very, very nice. She's just a little too elevated in the angle of that shoulder, or forward in the angle of that shoulder, doesn't reach out of her front end. It just gets a little tied up in her spine when we get her out in motion. Big-bodied, high-volume female that's moderate, though. I like those things about her. Guys, I'll be honest, the data is probably not a huge decision maker for me, but I've been looking at it, and trying to find some of those outliers in a positive and negative sense. They've probably been a little more consistent in terms of data relative to the breed average maybe than I would have expected. I thought we'd see more highs and lows. Again, that's a credit to where your genetic base is going to have consistency. Here's an outlier, though. This heifer's got a beautiful set of figures. I have no idea what the data or what the genetics is behind her to do that, but she's got a great spread. Her indexes are exceptional. She backs it up with length and performance and some muscle shape. She needs to move a little bit better as we get her out in motion. For the frame she's got, I'd like to see just a nickel more body depth. More importantly than anything else, I love young people that like to learn, that stand out here and listen and pay attention, and that young lady is learning more every time she's in the ring. You can see it in her eye. Congratulations, a neat heifer there that's got some genetic pieces that are very interesting. The next heifer, probably a nickel smoother in the way she blends together, and probably a little more depth, but not the boldness and the power and the mass of that heifer that's right in front of her. We finish things out with a heifer that gives up some performance in here, needs a little more depth through her flank to balance up from the side. But as you really analyze that heifer, get her stopped, her top line is laid into her good. I like where that tail head sets into her spine. A female that just needs a little bit more mass and body volume to get in amongst the heat in this particular class. Again, a very, very strong lineup. Excellent, excellent female, pair of females there at the top end.
Well, we have the results of Class 15 Junior Heifer Calves here in your Shorthorn show. First place went to back number 50534, CSF Dream Lady 140 HCXET, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Second place went to back number 50537, CSF Dream Lady 135 EVXET, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Third place went to back number 50536, exhibited by Addison Obrecht. Fourth place was exhibited by Hunter Blakely. Fifth place exhibited by Lane Blankenship. Sixth place in that class, Jacqueline Thomas. Seventh place went to Kaylin Counts. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Isabella Delago. Now currently in ring 2 is Class 16 Junior Heifer Calves.
Well, maybe not quite the depth in this particular class, but certainly a leadoff heifer that you find pretty quickly. And again, in terms of balance, quality, presentation, I think she's the one that hits you, pretty hard in this particular group. She is soggy and as deep back through that rear rib and flank, perhaps as some we've seen, maybe not, but I think plenty in that regard. I think just a good, solid entry here. She finds her way to the top pretty quickly, and it'll be interesting to see how she lays into this lineup in this particular division. From there, you've got some give and take, but as far as body volume and just a basic brood cow look, I like the second heifer to slide into this hole pretty comfortably. I'd like to change her in her shoulder. She opens up in her shoulder. She needs to be different in the way she comes to her foundation up front. But her back two-thirds are excellent in terms of depth and boldness of rib. And uniquely for kind of being a little coarse and open in her shoulder, she's really elegant in the shape of her head and neck. So just a little piecey in the way things come together in her, but a heifer that's sure got some awfully good parts, just need to come together a little smoother and better in the way she transitions neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib. The next heifer, young lady, does a great job of sticking her because she can give you a look to say, hey, she can be considered a second place candidate. And balance-wise, she probably can. But we get her in motion, and she just doesn't stay together as good. The angle of her shoulder is a little too straight, a little awkward in the way she plants and goes off of her hind leg, and certainly not the body volume of that pair of heifers that lead out in front of her. The next heifer, a little more moderate in her size. I think she's got a little more female character and balance to her than a final heifer in this lineup. Where she falls short is just in terms of performance and sheer body volume, but a heifer that I think makes up for it in this final decision in terms of the way she hooks up and her extra extension up front. The final heifer, as we alluded to, she's got a little bit more volume to her. She's got more body. There's probably more weight per day of age in that heifer. For me, she falls short in terms of balance. A little short and jammed up in her front end, a little rounder in the way she's built in her hip, a little heavier in her condition than that heifer right in front of her. So all of those things tally to be just a little plainer look about that female. But don't get me wrong, that heifer's still got good in her from a function and an ease of flesh. I think there's quality in that heifer as well. Again, an excellent lineup top to bottom and a nice heifer there that leads things off.
Well, congratulations in Class 16. First place went to back number 50548, CSF Demi 125 HCXET, exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Second place went to back number 50545, CSF Demi 2165 RDET, exhibited by Maggie Potter of Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place was exhibited by Callie Turner. Fourth place exhibited by Chance Lott. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Macy Parkey. Now in ring 2 is Class 17 Junior Heifer Calves.
Well, guys, again, a very, very strong class here. We've got depth and quality, all the way down the lineup, and I think you could sure, do some different things, kind of 3, 4, 5, 6 there, shuffle some things around. These two heifers, hit me pretty strong when they came into the ring, but quite honestly, I guess. Get past maybe a little bit of experience level at the end of the halter and just study cattle. I think this one is incredibly good that leads off this class. And, from the profile, I just think she balances up gorgeous. She is so refined, beautiful up front. I love the sweep and shape she's got to her rib and body. And, there's times when this gal wants to get her feet a little all over the place, just standing still. And but then that young lady collects her. And in particular, when she goes into motion, I think you can see everything that I do from a balance perspective. And now she kind of got her, pieced together exactly like she needs to here from the profile. I think that one's really, really good. She is fresh, and I think her best days are still to come. I think an outstanding lead-off heifer. And not to take anything away from the red heifer, because I think she's awfully good as well, and then mirrors the class winner in terms of body volume and kind of a striking presentation she brings together. She's not quite as good neck to shoulder, shoulder to forearm, angle of shoulder. That's the difference between two very, very good cattle here on the top end. I like that class winner quite a bit, though. Two very nice females. This heifer in third is very interesting. I think a female that will surprise you. She's a little skinnier. She's maybe a little more youthful looking here today, but her shape is excellent. Turn to her upper rib and body, the pin width that she's got is excellent. A female that's maybe not quite as far along in terms of body mass and volume, and maybe could get out of her front end just a little longer stepping, but I think a heifer that's got some very intriguing pieces to her. Now, let me tell you what. This is my man right here, Drake. First of all, I hope anybody from a distance can see the locks that this guy's got going on. Pretty cool. But what I noticed, and I went up and had to talk to him a little bit about, he's got kind of some grooves there in the side that are made into an American flag. How about that? How about that? So cool. And I asked him, I said, was that your idea? And he said, you're darn right it was. And he's proud of this heifer, too, and he should be. A very, very nicely balanced heifer, a heifer that's super feminine, a heifer that I think gets out and probably travels a little bit easier than a couple of the cattle that are behind her. She needs a shot more muscle shape. I'd like to give her a little more depth back through that heel, strengthen her up just a little bit with more stoutness off of her hind leg, but the freedom and ease that with which she moves is exceptional, and she's got a good leader right there in front of her. I don't know what Drake's destined to do as that young person moves on in life, but he's got the right attitude. He's going to do things the right way. Good white heifer that's next. Now, I thought this pair was close. This one's a little heavier boned. I don't know that she's any better, though, in the way she plants her feet and legs, just a little stouter in terms of her structure and her body type. She doesn't come quite as correct as you study her right behind her shoulder either. But, guys, there's a testament to how good this class is. That's a heifer that's going to win her class in a lot of different locations. Just tells you how good this event and show is when you've got one sitting in the there that's as good as she is. The next heifer needs to move just a little better. If she could, we could get her to play with those cattle in front of her. She's a heifer that's got some width and some substance to her. Just a little awkward in the way she comes out of her front end in particular, but a good female. And then we wrap things up with a moderate heifer that's got some depth of body. Unfortunately, she's also got some depth through her chest and the base of her neck, so she doesn't come together quite as nicely from a profile, but an excellent set of females, once again, top to bottom, even ending things with a good, easy-doing kind to wrap up the class. Congratulations, great set of young people there. Really, really strong set of cattle.
Congratulations. In Class 17, first place, we'll go to back number 50556, ZSF Grand Rosemary Belladonna, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50552, CFSBF Max Rosa 124 AVXET, exhibited by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Third place in that class was exhibited by Jansen Gerstner. Fourth place exhibited by Drake Penrod. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Lane Patrick McCall. Sixth place went to Kyson Genya, and seventh place, Emery Robertson. Now in ring 2, we have Class 18. This will be your final class before we select our junior heifer calf champion.
Guys, again, a very nice class here and shaping up to be a spectacular division. And, I don't know that one heifer just jumps out and grabs you in this particular group, maybe like we've had in other classes. But again, as these cattle walked in the ring, I'm not so sure that we don't have the best heifer rounding out a class that we've had in any class all day. So the depth of this lineup is exceptionally good and is a credit to the projects these young people are putting together. Here on the top end, these were the two that kind of hit me as they came in the ring, and then you get to study and really break some things down in these cattle. And I'll be the first to tell you, maybe some modifications we could make in feet and leg structure on both of these heifers, but I think still fundamentally good cattle. Extra depth and sweep through the center part of the rib is probably the biggest thing you catch and see in the white heifer that leads off. I think she needs to plant with a little more security in that rear ankle, and yet she probably squares them up a little better, keeps them inside her skeleton a little better, than the heifer behind her. So that's kind of the give and take you've got. The roan heifer behind her is a little tidier there, right at the base of her jawline and neck, and I really like the shape that heifer's got to her. She's bold in the turn to her body, big and wide in her pin set. When we get that one out on the move, that's where I draw a little issue, and it's not so much that she doesn't take a long enough stride. I think that's okay from the side. It's get around in front or behind. She pigeon toes and rolls in on those front feet. She gets that hind leg a little outside of her skeleton as she goes away. So that's the give and take you've got in terms of feet and leg structure on those two cattle. Two very, very nice females. Just some details that you got to dig in and decide where to put your emphasis. Good solid heifer here in third. She hooks up a little better behind her shoulder than the heifer that's going to come in fourth. She's moderate. She's good in her body depth. She's a little jammed up in her front end and needs to be laid back a little more correct in the angle of her shoulder to get around that pair in front of her. But a nice heifer sitting there in third. Young man brings us another good one here in fourth, but totally different than the heifer he brought in the last class. This one's bold and stout and wide and big boned and footed. A heifer that, a little like the heifer in second, wants to pigeon toe on her front feet. Because of that shoulder kind of opens up in her, and she doesn't transition as good as she needs to from her shoulder into her forerib. But from there back, she is bold and she's stout. She's still flexible in the build of that hind leg. I think a lot of cow power in that one. Just need to balance her out a little bit different and change the way she comes to the ground up front. The heifer that's next, when this young guy gets her pulled together, you think, well, maybe she's going to play a little higher just because he gets that neck out of her shoulder so good. She's a little more refined in the shape of that neck than the heifer in front of her. She's another one, though, that struggles just a little bit out of her front end and comes up just a little flatter dimensioned, but some quality and look to that female, no doubt. The next heifer's got a little more boldness to her body. I don't know that I call her stouter everywhere. She's a little fragile and flat in terms of her jaw line and muzzle. A heifer that's got a little more condition on her, but holds it well. I think still a testament to how good this class is. Just need to stouten her up just a little bit in that jaw line and just tidy her up a tick from a balance perspective, but a very, very good heifer there. One of the neatest conditioned heifers, one of the freshest cattle we've seen. I think still some future in front of this female because she balances up. Unfortunately, in a class this good, she just gives up too much volume and mass and performance here today. But again, as I mentioned when we started, that's probably the single best individual rounding out a class that we've seen all day long. Excellent lineup top to bottom. Congratulations again. Good job to all those young people.
Well, congratulations. In Class 18, we have the results. First place went to back number 50564, Armstrong Lady Crystal 2105 ET, exhibited by Benjamin Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to Armstrong Lady Crystal 2104 ET, exhibited by Henry Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Third place was exhibited by Eli Matthews of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class, back number 50560, exhibited by Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Laramie Pieper of Caldwell, Texas. Sixth place went to Kaya Hendrickson, and seventh place in that class, back number 50559, exhibited by Abby Scott. Now coming into ring 2, we have your first and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Chris Mullenix, will be selecting his champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Well, guys, this is absolutely an awesome division. Help me congratulating this set of young people, those of you around ringside here. Give them a nice round of applause. Awesome, awesome set of cattle. You know, and with that, I think you can justify some different things, perhaps. You know, there's 4 or 5 standout heifers in this division for me, and probably of the class winners, class 1, 2, 4, you know, those are the ones that kind of jump out and grab me in this particular lineup. A couple of seconds behind 2 of those in particular that I think are the other 2 heifers that kind of set the bar in this particular division as far as, you know, probably 5 deep of cattle that to me are extraordinarily good, are going to do more than their share of winning. I think it's just a credit to the breeders that put awesome cattle in the hands of these young people. And I know these heifers are still young, but as they get here right now as yearlings, you know, what I love is these cattle not only present us, you know, a look of quality and are at 12 o'clock today, but I still think they're built to keep getting better. And it starts with their skeleton and structure, but I think an exceptional group of cattle. You know, as we look at these 3 class winners that are contenders, you know, get them parked, and this young man's red and white heifer up front, I think is one that you can't help but to come and just, you know, to take a look at the way she combines just an elegance up front with as much sweep through her center body probably as anything in this particular group. As I start to get nitpicky, and that's what you have to do in this particular group, I don't know if she's quite as correct in the way she reaches out of her front end, nor is she as perfect in her pin set perhaps as the other 2 contenders, but I think that one is extraordinarily good. That's an awesome, awesome class winner. There was a pair of heifers in class 2 that I was really fond of, and yet it was never really a debate on which way I was going to go in those 2 heifers. This red heifer is pretty amazing to me, and for as bold and as powerful and as dimensional she is, you get her parked here, and that young guy pulls her together, and what a high quality look. She's probably not quite as extended in her neck as the other 2 heifers that are in contention here. But there's nothing that throws off her proportionality and balance just because she doesn't measure exactly as long as those 2. I think that one's hip and hind leg is exceptional. She really comes to the ground, both comfortable and attractive in the way that that's built. I think a really, really strong contender there out of class 2. And then the heifer out of class number 4, you know, probably a little greener yet at this stage, and I appreciate that. I think that bodes well for where that heifer goes moving forward. An elegance about that female and the way she's made up through her head and neck and comes into her shoulder, you know, the sweep that she still presents through the middle part of her body for the kind of you know, condition that she's in. I think that's exceptional. A heifer that maybe your first thought is she as powerful? I think if you really get in and analyze her, even though she's a little leaner conditioned, I think she rivals those 2 up at the front end. I think she's got a very nice shape up high. You know, at times, you know, maybe you don't catch the exact perfect look from the profile as that young lady tries to pull her together. If we want to get just a little nitpicky, maybe not quite as soft always in the way that she plants down off of that hind leg compared to maybe another heifer we mentioned, but man, that one is big time good also. That's the trio of contenders for me. You know, just the way that they hit me and the consistent look and presence of our winner is probably going to get the job done today. But there is 2 of them that I am extraordinarily fond of in this division. Give them one more nice round of applause, if you would. Young man out of class 2, let's bring that red heifer out. That's going to be our divisional winner here today. Well, as she comes into contention, guys, this is another one of those 4 or 5 we mentioned that I think you have to take a look at. Length and just as truly as comfortable when we get her in motion as anything. A heifer that maybe doesn't come as bold in the turn of her forerib, set her tail head down just a touch, but man, those are again getting into some little things, that you have to in a division this good. I love that female, but there were 2 of them that I thought were going to duke it out, and I still think so. Your reserve in this division is going to be this young lady out of class number 4. Give her a nice round of applause as well.
Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion goes to back number 50534, CSF Dream Lady 140H CEXET, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. And your reserve in that division goes to back number 50556, ZSF Grand Rosemary's Belladonna, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now get started with Class 21 Winter Heifer Calves.
Just a trio of late fall heifers here, but I think a class that falls into pretty comfortable order when you get them out here and you analyze some of the differences. Stoutness of bone work and substance along with body volume is what gets the young man's heifer the nod here in this particular class. She's maybe not as long-fronted as the heifer right there behind her, but I think she's bolder everywhere you study her, and I do think she's got a slight edge in the way she gets out and travels. Also, not perfect, but just a longer stepping in the way she gets out of her front end and shoulder in particular. Here's a heifer that's maybe got a little more extension everywhere. She's a little more refined in the way she's shaped up through her head and neck. I wish she dropped back with more depth through her rear rib and flank, and we'd like to make her just a little stouter in her bone work and a little more flexible as we get her out on the move. And then we round things out, actually a heifer again that presents us some kind of unique features as you look to the data and try to build onto those things along with phenotype. I think in terms of balance, she falls short in this trio. She's a little deeper up front than she is in her flank. As we get her on the move, she just needs to piece together a little smoother and balance out better for us. But a heifer that's still got some doability and some body shape to her just needs to have more extension and just be a little cleaner and neater here from the profile. Again, an excellent trio, very different in their kind, but 3 good cattle for those young people.
Well, congratulations. In Class 21, first place Winter Heifer Calf goes to back number 50567, CCF Frosted Star C65H, exhibited by Ross Turner of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50568, TESC Roan Dream 755H, exhibited by Brooke Costello. And third place in that class went to Macy Parkey. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now look for Class 22 Winter Heifer Calves.
Well, again, a good set of fall-born heifers here, and as we look down this lineup, boy, as much variation in kind as we've probably had in any one class, and yet, I think some real good in the top end of this lineup still. I'm very comfortable. This heifer is by far the most my kind in this particular lineup. I think she wins pretty comfortably, and it's because she still, as much as I like the quick striking look of the second place heifer, here's the one that does that and does it as a brood cow. In my opinion, her moderation, the extra depth of body, and quite a bit more comfortable and sounder as we get her out on the lead. Is she quite as elegant and extra extended up through her front end? Perhaps not. She maybe doesn't have some of the bells and whistles of a couple of the cattle behind her, but I think she is pretty comfortably the most complete heifer in this lineup. I like that heifer quite a bit to lead things off. Boy, what such a neat look in the young lady's heifer here in second, and boy, she can get her park. She knows how to get the most out of her from a showman standpoint. Super long, extended up front, neat there through the base of her neck. Heifer that's tremendously long-bodied. As you study her down her top line, then you get to that hip. She rolls just a little bit from hooks to pins. She needs more body volume to go with the frame she's got, and she comes up just a little tight and short in her step as we get her out in motion. That's enough in a pair that both have a look of quality about them to get her into the second hole, but I like that female. The body type of the third place heifer probably mirrors our class winner a bit more even than the second heifer. My problem is that female tends to roll up in her spine too much and get off in her shoulder angle. Not that I'm making decisions exclusively on it, but she falls short in your indexes as well in a couple of places on paper to be ideal. But I thought 2 and 3 was the initial decision, but I don't know that I can call 3 any more functional in her kind because of the way she's built up front. Like her moderation, like her body depth, though. This is an interesting heifer that comes forth. That's the heaviest muscled heifer in the entire class. Tremendous hip shape, tremendous stoutness of bone and substance underneath of her. For me, a bit coarser in the way she comes together also. The way she's made at the base of that shoulder and kind of opens up front. She doesn't blend as smoothly in that regard. Come into her forerib is nice, or go to the ground out of her knee and front end quite like she needs to. A heifer that just needs a little more maternal look. But if you need one to add mass and length and power and substance, there's some real unique pieces in that female. It's not exactly my kind. I appreciate what's good about her. I just need her to be softer and more feminine in terms of her features, but an interesting heifer that stands forth. The next heifer's got more depth of body. She doesn't get out of her front end quite as good as she needs to, and because of it, that neck just kind of jams onto the front of a straighter angled shoulder. But she's deep and she's got performance. She's nice in her top line. The sweep to her lower body is excellent. A heifer that doesn't have quite the muscularity of that female right in front of her. The next heifer is just a little plainer in terms of her look than I prefer. A little thick-necked and deep up through her front end, just a little coarser in the way she's made, and with that needs to be a little sounder structured. But she's got enough more performance, body volume, and natural width in her that she goes ahead and beats the next female. The next heifer is sounder in her structure. I like that about her. She's a little neater in terms of her neck shape, and that heifer's got a little more muscle than you probably would think from the stands. A heifer, though, that gives up too much growth and depth and body volume and performance in this particular group to get her any higher. But again, some good pieces to that female. Very nice class top to bottom. Good entry there that wins it for us. Well, again, a very nice class, a dominant winner. I think that heifer very, very quickly finds her way to the forefront, and just an elegance and a balance about her presented very, very nicely to us here today. You know, in this particular group, head and shoulders above the rest. She's got a little extra set to her hind leg, but that probably aids her in terms of flexibility and ease and which she goes. You know, not overwhelming in terms of dimension, but I think sure adequate in that regard. I think maybe an interesting feature in her, you know, they're starting to get obviously breeding age, in this fall division, and a little small in the shape and size of that vulva, and I think that we get away sometimes from reproductive, maybe related traits, and that's not always relevant to how they'll go on and produce, but I still think udder quality and things like, vulva and the external things we can view related to reproductive soundness, still something we got to keep in check. But no doubt that is the elite female from a balance and just a striking look standpoint. Nothing compares to her in this lineup. Very, very nice female. This heifer doesn't just jump out and grab you, but fundamentally, I think she's easily the second place female in here. Sounder out of her front end than the next heifer, way more body and true rib in her than the two heifers that come fourth and fifth in this particular group. She needs to be neater and more attractive up front to ever compete with that one in front of her, but a good fundamental cow prospect sitting there in second that I like a lot about. The next heifer, if she could move out of her front end, then maybe we could consider her a spot higher. When we got these cattle stopped at the profile, she met the image of that heifer in front of her so much better than the two heifers that stand right behind her. She's bold and deep and good in the center and rear portion of her rib cage, just a little plainer up front, and a heifer that needs to stride with more length out of her front end as well. I went ahead and switched the next pair of heifers. I just still read maybe a nickel more quality, and I love the genuine shape of the red heifer that comes next. She just needs more depth and softness to the center part of her body to just give us a little more maternal look from the side. But I don't know that advantage is enough in the next heifer to not go ahead and keep them the way we landed at the end. Love her length of body. Spine is good. Levelness of hip is good. Probably a little more performance in her than the heifer right in front. But a heifer that also needs more depth and volume through the center portion of her rib and comes up just a little short-strided as we get her out in motion. A white heifer that finishes things out. She's a little more moderate in terms of her frame size. She's still good in terms of muscle and rib shape. Heifer that's a little deeper in her chest compared to her flank, and then gives up just a little bit too much growth and weight per day of age out here. Again, an excellent set of October-born heifer calves. Very, very nice entry there that leads it off. We get into the September-born heifers here, and again, probably one of those classes where maybe there's just not that one that just overwhelms you, but just good, solid females here in this group. The pair of heifers that sort up do so because they have more body and more natural volume to them, just a look of fleshing ability that I don't read in the third and fourth place heifers quite as well. The heifer then that leads off the class, what she does is couple that with just a little more show ring quality to her. She's smoother everywhere we study her. She's a little fresher in terms of her condition. She blends better neck to shoulder and then into her forerib cavity. She's a little more feminine headed. Just all of those pieces add up to a look that gives her an advantage versus the second female. I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder angle. She needs to reach with more length of stride out of her front end, but a heifer that in this particular group I think is a pretty comfortable place to start because of her body combined with some quality and balance. The next heifer has got as much volume, as much performance as anything that's in the lineup. A heifer that's probably a little further along condition-wise than would be my preference. If we could lean her up a little bit, I think that would help her look and balance from the profile. She's getting just a little plain up through her front end, a little bit too much fill down there through her chest and brisket area, but a female that in terms of volume and substance you've got to like a lot about. The heifer that comes in third, actually bring 3 and 4 together. I think they're similar in kind. Both cattle that as we look at kind of long yearlings here at this stage in the game, I don't see quite enough volume and depth through the center part of their rib. As a result, they strike you as just a little harder keeping. I do like the length of body, a little more performance in the red and white heifer that comes out here next. As we said, just need for her framework and for her length, just give her more sweep and more depth through the center part of her rib. But she's sound in her feet and leg structure along with a performance advantage here. And then we wrap things up with a heifer that's probably got a nickel more muscle shape as you study her up high. She's a little straighter shouldered and plants to the ground, not quite as comfortable in motion. As we said, she needs, just like the heifer in front of her, just like to give her more depth here from the side to give her an easier doing look. Again, a very, very strong class top to bottom, just good, solid cattle in that particular lineup. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations in Class 24. First place goes to back number 50592. ASM Ultimate Indy, exhibited by Sophia McCoon of Benton, Kansas. Second place goes to back number 50595. DCL Margie, exhibited by Dayson Cash of Fay, Oklahoma. And third place in that class, exhibited by Kylie Richardson. Fourth place, exhibited by Josie Heater. We'll now bring in Class 25 Senior Heifer Calves.
Well, again, a nice class of September borns here. Right before we started this class, my dad's sitting up here and he gave me the thumbs up, says I'm doing okay. So I appreciate that. But if he wanted to come down and place these 5 and talk them, he would be welcome to do that because this is not easy here. 5 totally different cattle, 5 cattle that each have some real positives and then have some tweaks you want to make. So, quite honestly, I think you could do it about whatever you like amongst these 5 heifers and not be wrong necessarily. It's just a matter of where you want to place your emphasis. Where am I going to place my emphasis? Soundest structured heifer wins this class. I think by some margin, she is the best in her feet and legs. She is the most comfortable. She reaches with the most length of step and agility off of both ends. Her joint work is right. That heifer doesn't have quite enough body and dimension for me. I understand that. But in this lineup, so many give and takes. Her refinement, her female quality, and her correctness of feet and legs is what get the win for this particular judge on this given day. Body volume, if we could mesh these 2 heifers, by far the truest shaped, the best shaped and best bodied heifer in this class stands in second. So we put this body type on that set of feet and leg structure, we'd have an awfully good female. But you got to kind of make a decision on where your emphasis needs to be. Love the boldness, love the stoutness. She's just too out in her shoulder, and the way she goes out of her front end just isn't sound enough for me to get her into the top hole in this particular class. Then you've got the third heifer who, in some ways there were times I wanted to say, well, is she enough of both things to get her win the class? And I think you could potentially argue her as that. For me, it's either is she enough of both things or not quite enough of either. And I think that's the fence you kind of straddle on that heifer. Where I ended up sliding her third is because she just gets a little too piecey in the way she hooks together up through her front end. She's got a little bit of chest floor in her relative to her flank. So yes, she has more body volume than the first one. Yes, she's a nickel sounder than the second one. But to me, she doesn't piece it together with the balance she needs. So a lot of give and take there. This is a heifer in fourth that from her 4-rib back, I like a lot about. She is very smooth. She's very correct in her condition here today. Study her at the ground. She's a little shallow heeled and longer toed. And then there's times she actually comes over in her knee up front. She needs to be more correct structurally. You can really see it when she gets going, just too tight and short strided. But balance wise, one of the best heifers in the lineup. We round things out with a heifer that is totally contrary to what we just talked in the last heifer. Probably a little longer strided, but a heifer that comes off quite plain in terms of her look, too thick up through her neck and deep in her chest, just doesn't have the female quality that she needs to compete. But good body volume and probably a nickel sounder than the heifer right in front of her. So lots of give and take, good cattle, but a cattle that have a lot of variation in them in that lineup. Congratulations to that set of young people on a nice set of September-born heifers.
Well, congratulations in Class 25. First place goes to back number 50601, SS Miss Mirage 0204 AT, exhibited by Callie Turner. Second place went to back number 50602, JAC Proud Sarah 902 HPU, exhibited by Mackenzie Pollard. Third place exhibited by Griffin Barons. Fourth place was exhibited by Kimberly Holland, and fifth place exhibited by Sheridan Souls. We'll now bring in your first and seconds. Our judge will be selecting his Champion Reserve Senior Heifer calves. For those of you that are joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, we would like to remind you about the loft bar that is located above the Jim Norick Arena sign opposite of our announcer booth. We encourage you to go on up there and enjoy a drink while watching our Shorthorn show.
Well, guys, this fall division, we've had probably as much variation in this division as we've had in any. And as we get them back out here, you see a little bit of that in the class winners. Even, I think as you think back through these classes, maybe a little more depth in a couple of classes than others. So you end up with some give and take in the decisions. In some of the even at the top end of some of these classes. But I'm very, very pleased with what comes back out here because I think there's a pair of heifers that easily represent this division and are going to fit in and mirror a lot of what we talked about in those first three heifer calf divisions. Those two heifers come out of class 2 and 3, and I don't want to take anything away from the seconds. I think they are very, very strong contenders. Those are actually the two deeper classes that we had within this division. But it is absolutely those two that it becomes a decision between for your overall champion in the fall heifer calf division. And I'll just tell you what I see in those two cattle, and I actually think it's a pretty close decision. A broodiness to the red heifer that I very, very much like. And, I don't know if she always gives you that same quick impression that the roan heifer behind her gives you, but I'm going to credit that to a heck of a stick in front of the roan heifer that just always has her pulled together. But this is a heifer that I hope you can appreciate what I do. And I mentioned in class that, there was a trio of heifers that kind of sorted up, but she won that class easily because she just was a little more my kind in terms of broodiness, cow power, function of structure. She may not have every single bell and whistle known to man. She could be, she's not quite as sharp-throated or as correct right behind her shoulder maybe as the heifer right behind her. But I think she has a cow look about her that regardless of breed, regardless of species, we need to build cattle that have function, and she has it. I think that's a very, very nice fundamental female that the longer and longer you study her, the more and more you ought to appreciate her. I think she's a very nice cow prospect. Then you got the roan heifer behind her. Length of body favors her, and a strikingness. And I alluded to it. This young man can flat out stick her, and he knows how to get the most of her. Every single time you stop her, she gives you a great look. She's a little more extended, a little neater up through her front end. Again, much like that heifer in front, we could argue the differences in structure, but both very functional. I think she squares a little better at her hock when she goes away, even though she's got just a little more set to it here from the side. Again, brought to us in good condition, not overpowering in terms of dimension, but I think plenty enough, dimension to go with what is a high-quality look. Runs downhill just a little bit, but that, again, is being pretty nitpicky. Those are the two heifers for me, guys. And, again, we've got a lineup that of 10 awfully, awfully good fall heifer calves that are out here in your Shorthorn show, but it's clearly those two that it boils down to. Pick your kind. I guess in this particular case, there's one that's just a little more my kind. She comes out of Class 2. Congratulations, young man. That's going to be our champion. Class 3 will be reserved. Good job, guys.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in your senior heifer calf division goes to back number 50577, CF Margie 0125 BWXET, exhibited by Cooper Lottery. And reserved in that division will go to back number 50585, CF Mona Lisa 0121 SOLXET, exhibited by Carter Meyer of Needville, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 28 Summer Yearling Females.
Well, just a single entry here as we start our summer division. Guys, that's a heck of a nice cow prospect, though. And, just fundamentally very, very nice in her structure. Good set to her hind leg. It flexes and goes right, and yet still has an attractiveness here from the side. She is really, really neat. She's in good condition as you study her up through her front end. And probably as much as anything, I think sometimes we lose sight of this in the show ring. That heifer, I love where she is from a production standpoint. A summer-born heifer that young man's got bred to calve early. You can tell it. She's dropping bag. I think she's going to have a pretty nice little bag that's balanced from front to rear quarters. Teat shape looks like it's going to be acceptable, yet she's going to hit calving at 20, 21 months of age. So, really unique situation that we're getting her into production as early as we are seeing some evidence of calf in her and udder development. So very, very nice single entry. Good way to start this summer division.
Congratulations in Class 28. First place went to back number 50604, Compton's Dixie Chick 205 HET, exhibited by Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. Now coming into ring 2, we'll look for Class 29 late spring yearling females.
Well, guys, very, very deep and good class, solid cattle down the line in this particular group, and yet on the top end, I think pretty comfortably you find these two, and yet I don't necessarily want to say that it's a pair. I think the red heifer wins pretty comfortably. I think she just holds everything together with a nickel more balance when we get her stopped at the profile. A little give and take in structure. She gets that hind leg right out there on the edge. Probably every bit as far as you would prefer it to be, and yet she squares up better on her front feet and still probably covers a longer step out of her front end than does our second place female. I think a really, really nice heifer there to lead things off. But to me, the only other heifer that can be up there with her stands right here. Body volume and a look of quality is still there in that female. She's got a little more condition maybe on her than perfectly ideal. She wants to pigeon toe and kind of roll in on her front feet a little bit, but I think a very, very nice, bold-bodied, big-ribbed, good-doing kind of heifer here to be in second. From 3 to 5, I think that's where it got difficult. And, this heifer's a little slicker haired. She maybe doesn't hit you as quickly as some of them in the lineup, but just from a basic fundamental standpoint, I think she's the most correct heifer that comes in this next trio. And, again, maybe not as big and performance-driven as some of the cattle, but I like her smoothness. I like her body. I like her udder quality. She's not bagging down quite as heavy as the next heifer, but I like the udder quality she's got, the spread of those teats, the length of those teats a little more correctly. Again, a little frailer featured, maybe a little uncoordinated off her hind leg, but still length of step and freedom of movement and comfort is a big advantage to her versus the next heifer. The white heifer, certainly big and performance-oriented, long bodied. I don't know if she matches that with quite the overall dimension as some of those cattle that lead out in front of her. She's a little tentative as she goes out of her front end, and as we see her come back off that rear ankle as well, a heifer that's showing us some bag and udder development, but we'd like to modify the spacing of those teats a little bit in particular, but a nice heifer that's got a striking kind of look about her. The next heifer is interesting, nice-haired, and kind of draws you in that regard. You dig past that, I don't know if I see quite as much just brood cow in that one. Even just kind of a flat jaw in that female and muzzle. I think it goes a little bit light with her body type and rib cage. A heifer, a little like one of them that was there in the second hole. She wants to roll in on those front feet a little bit, get that tail head up as she goes. I actually like her hind leg a lot. She's stout and her structured. She reaches out good off of her rear skeleton. I just wish we had a little broodier look to that female to get her higher. The next heifer, as we get her parked, there's a heck of a lot of good in that one. Long-bodied, extended and clean at the base of her neck. I don't know if I'll call her any more feminine because at the crest of her neck she's a little bit thicker and she needs to be a little softer bodied and just a little better moving for us. But again, a testament to how good this class is. Her length of body, her muscle shape, her dimension, and just again still a striking look about her. Very, very nice in that female. And we round things out with a more moderate kind of heifer. She's got good depth of body, boldness to her body. She doesn't balance up quite as good. A little thicker and plainer up through her front end, a little rounder in the way she's built in her hip and hind leg structure, so just doesn't have quite that same symmetry and look from the side, but an excellent lineup from top to bottom. Again, a very deep class.
Well, congratulations in Class 29 late spring yearling females. First place went to back number 50617, Soul Special Chelsea 0453 HET, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place went to back number 50616, SS Myrtle Bow Bubbly 053 ET, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Lorenzo, Texas. Third place went to back number 50618, exhibited by Mackenzie Lottery. Fourth place was exhibited by Cooper Hetrick. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Olivia Gillette. Sixth place exhibited by Annabelle Rose. And seventh place, Jessica Hoba. Now in the ring, we'll bring those first and seconds in to select champion reserve out of your intermediate division.
Well, guys, not a lot of cattle in this intermediate division, but a little like we said in the fall division. You may not have had as many numbers here, but we're going to land on a pair of heifers to represent this division that I think are going to fit in beautifully into a grand lineup before long. And I don't want to take anything away from that heifer that won the first class. I think, some really, really good production traits that we have to appreciate in her. But I think it's pretty obvious that the two heifers that stand behind her match up and give you just a little bit more power and body volume with still a striking look. I think as we mentioned in class, just the way that the red heifer pairs that with a look of quality and then maintains her spine just a little nicer, sits down a little better out of her front end. Those were the things that gave her an edge in that particular class. But I think those two heifers fit one another and deserve to be our champion in reserve. Young man, you're going to have the champion. We'll keep them together and keep that second place heifer for reserve. Give those exhibitors in our intermediate division a nice round of applause, if you would. Really good set of cattle.
Congratulations. In our intermediate division, your champion goes to Kagan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota, and reserve champion exhibited by McKinley Evans of Lorenzo, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 32 early spring yearling females.
Well, what a great way to start off this next division. And guys, this is a good pair of heifers, but I kind of relate this back to a heifer calf class we saw. Yes, I very much like both of these two females. That one, though, needs to win and win comfortably. And again, she starts a very, very nice, trend here. Hopefully, as we get into these, junior yearling coming 2-year-old females, what I love about her, she balances up so beautifully. But the reason she does, I think she's in outstanding condition. She's been kept fresh. I love her, just that elegance and refinement that she presents up through her front end. Beautiful in terms of body. Both of these heifers at least starting to show us a little bit of udder development. Could you spread her teats maybe a little more? Sure, but I still think has the appearance she's going to drop a very acceptable bag. Plenty enough dimension in that female as well. I just think a high quality image and one that really brings a lot of good to the table here to start this next division. This is a good cow prospect in second, though, also, guys, and really broody in terms of her look. I love her body. Those teats do set out maybe just a little squarer and wider underneath of her than our class winner. If I'm going to get just a little nitpicky, she's got a nickel more chest in her. Those pins and tailhead can get just a little elevated at times when we get her into motion, and maybe just strengthen her at her foundation. She's sound enough in her structure, but she rolls them in just a little up front, and she's just a little bit shallower back in that heel as she sets down off of that hind leg. But again, those are getting pretty nitpicky. Big picture there, brood cow, and I love the body and volume that she presents. Stout and big-bodied is the heifer here in third without enough female quality. She needs to be more refined. I'd like to clean her up even in the way that she's starting to transition there from her navel into her forudder and lean her up just a little bit down there. But that one's got power and body and substance for sure. A little neater look to the heifer that comes next in the lineup. Why is she fourth? Because I just wish she had more body volume for a big heifer at this stage in her development. I consider 3 and 4 to be close because of the femininity and the balance this one has. She just needs more volume to her. And then we wrap up the class with a heifer that is a little more moderate in terms of her size. She's got a little bit more body depth perhaps than the heifer right in front of her. When you get off to the profile, I think you see that heifer doesn't balance out as nicely. A little deep and full down through her chest, a little awkward in the set and travel of her hind leg as well. So again, a very, very strong class. Great way to start off this next division with an outstanding leadoff winner there.
Well, congratulations in Class 32. First place will go to back number 50631. CFSF Margie 093 SOLXET, exhibited by Keegan McCrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place went to back number 50626. TMC Burning Red Crystal ET, exhibited by Case Glacier of Loyal, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by JC McGowan. Fourth place exhibited by Georgia Rose, and fifth place exhibited by Chloe Carlisle. We'll now bring in Class 33 early spring yearling females. No, we did show mains yesterday. You did? Open mains. Open mains.
Should I ask Whitney for the show schedule from yesterday?
No, I've got it right here. So I've got my key book, which is we showed.
Where would they even have put them?
I have no idea. This is a semi book, junior semi book. So I need the open main handbook.
Forgot it was yesterday.
Okay. So Angus, Red Angus, Longhorns, Red Angus, Angus, Hereford, Red Angus, Limmy, You get thrown out too.
Well, guys, very, very good set of big heifers here. And, 4 deep, to be truthful, guys. Yes, it kind of breaks into to kind of 2 pairs in here. But go down there and look at third and fourth. Guys, these are still fundamentally very, very nice females. And I like all 4 of these cattle very well. You could sit here and we could argue all day long on these two. I think the quick differences are obvious between the pair, and then you can get into some of the subtle details, and we can go back and forth all we want. But bottom line, I hope everybody can appreciate these are 2 outstanding females. They're both really, really good in their own right. Now you can make a choice that you want. Here's the differences that I see in the cattle. As we look at and study these cattle right here from the side, boy, I just love the way that neck shoots out of the top of the shoulder of our class winner. She is so, so good, up through her front end. I think that one's got an awesome shape when you study her up high. And then as we get them out today, there's just a little bit more softness and just a relaxed way in which she handles that hock and rear pastern just a nickel better, and probably on a little more stoutness of structure than the heifer that stands behind her. Now, if we want to switch the pair, I like how the second place heifer remains from hooks to pins. Her pin set's just a nickel higher. She probably drops down in her flank with just a little bit more lower body balance to me than what the first place heifer does. But I don't know what it is in her, because I don't read the angles of her structure, to be a problem at all. But just not getting out and just rolling off that hind leg quite like she needs to. A heifer, again, both of them starting to show us a little bit of bag, maybe even a little more in our second place female. That's the give and take. They're two excellent heifers. Congratulations to both those two exhibitors on a very, very nice pair of females. Third and fourth, again, as we mentioned, those are good cattle, guys. This is a moderate, deep-bodied, soft-middled heifer that's heavy in terms of her structure and has some durability to her. When you just back off from the profile, the way she hooks together neck to shoulder, her chest, and the way those things lay into her just don't give you the same kind of elegance and balance as the class or top pair of heifers in this particular class. The final heifer's got more length of body. She's got a nickel more performance. When we get her out in motion, the middle of her spine just starts to creep up. I'd like to change her just a nickel in the way she's built out of her shoulder. But again, very, very nicely presented female, performance-oriented heifer that's still got a lot of good and cow power in her. Excellent class from top to bottom there.
Congratulations in Class 33. First place goes to back number 50637, Sol Red Rose 0460 HET, exhibited by Brooklyn Fraser of Meeker, Oklahoma. Second place in that class went to back number 50634, CF Rosebud 090 UHX, exhibited by Ryan Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Max Rabe of Childress, Texas, and fourth place was exhibited by Bentley Ewing. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 34 early spring yearling females.
Again, guys, very, very strong class of big heifers here. And, there's definitely some give and take in this lineup as well. And, again, where you want to kind of tweak some cattle and how much emphasis you want to put that on that may cause you to shift a pair or so here, especially on the top end, this initial trio of females. But no question, when they hit the ring, this one hit me as the brood cow. Obviously, she is tremendously big-bodied, showing us some calf in terms of dropping udder development, and just the looseness, the pliable look she's got to the center part of her body. I think very, very maternal in terms of her look. And it even starts shape of head and neck, and then just that sweep to the lower portion of her body. At times, a little uncoordinated in the way she can handle that hind leg. I'd like to see her square, and yet I actually prefer the shape of her feet versus the heifer that's here in second. So, some give and take, but that heifer to me represents the most brood cow look and quality in this particular class. The second heifer has got an edge in length. She definitely hooks up stronger directly behind her shoulder than does our class winner, maybe a little fuller in her heart as well. I kind of alluded to it. Where I'd modify this one is at the ground. The shape of those rear feet, I'd like to change that so she could just sit down with a little more stability and strength at her foundation. But a heifer that certainly rivals our class winner because of the way she presents herself and maybe holds herself together, especially when we get them parked here at the profile. There's just more to both of those heifers than our third place female, and that's something that probably keeps them as a pair. This heifer, she struck me quite hard, though, in terms of just a quality look, correctness of lines. At first I was saying I wanted to just totally label her the absolute fresh heifer of this initial trio. I still would give her that credit, but even study her and get her in motion, maybe there in her fore udder and there as it blends into her body wall, even she's starting to deposit a little more there than you might prefer. But I think just a fresh image that she presents. As we said, she needs more body volume to me relative to that top pair, and in particular where she gets third in me, for me, watch her walk right at you, and the way she rotates in on those front feet and comes out of her front end just needs to be better. Then you've got two totally different heifers that round out. A little more balance and female look in the white heifer. She needs to be a little more correct in the angle of her shoulder. And then probably as massive, as big-hipped, as wide-built a female as we've seen all day long that rounds out the class. So two heifers that offer contrasting looks to them and both have some real strong breeding pieces in them. Now it's just a matter of which one is a little more your kind to wrap things up. But again, both of those heifers are a testament to how strong this lineup was, because I think each one of them have some really important things to build on as those young people go back and put them in production.
Well, congratulations. In Class 34, early spring yearling females, first place went to back number 50650, SS Max Rosa 029 ET, exhibited by Cash Lehrman of Spencer, South Dakota. Second place in that class goes to Caliana Mills of Murphys, California. Third place was exhibited by Kinsey Atkinson of Davis, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Sheridan Fox. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a champion reserve junior.
Well, guys, in this big junior yearling division, wonderful, wonderful set of cattle. And I think just top to bottom, we've had just a great set of young people out here with cattle that are going to make an impact in their breeding programs. It's been fun for me to just share kind of the differences that I see in the cattle. And, there's probably some give and take in this particular division, in particular when it comes to the selection of the reserve champion female. I think a pair of heifers maybe that came out of the same class that were really, really close, that we've already made a decision between, but even a couple other class winners. But for me, there's a standout winner, a heifer that really represents, again, what we've tried to find all day and is really going to make things interesting as we get down to the nitty-gritty there in our grand drive here in a bit. But I think all three of these class winners represent a lot of good. There's an easy champion in this division. She came out of Class 1. Congratulations, that young man. Give him a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations in your junior division, your champion. We'll go to back number 50631, exhibited by CFSF Margie 093 SOLXET, exhibited by Keegan McCrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
For reserve, I think all three of these heifers are nice, but I think I've probably alluded to it already. My next two favorite heifers actually happen to come out of the same class, and they had some variation in terms of some subtle pieces, but both very, very good in their own right. Young lady out of Class 2 is going to have your reserve in this division. Congratulations, sir.
3-7. And your reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma, with Sol Red Rose 0460HET. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look for Class 37 junior yearling females.
Well, guys, just the two heifers here in this older class, and maybe one more entry before our final division. But pretty clear cut, obviously. The young lady's got a really, really powerful female here that leads us off, and the way she can combine rib and dimension with a quality image here from the side is makes her pretty unique in her own right. And I don't want to take anything away from the second place female, but this is pretty logical, obviously, in this case. I'm kind kind of anxious to get her back out here and keep analyzing. She's fighting things a little bit, a little sluggish out here. You read her just in the way that loin and tail head maintains itself in motion. Could modify just a little bit and hit her a little softer in the way she's going to the ground right now. But we'll dig more into that as we get into some stiffer competition. But that's a dominant female here in this particular pair. Congratulations, that young lady. Still a good female here in second. She's long-bodied. She's actually quite surprising in terms of the muscle shape she presents to you up high. She's probably a nickel leaner in the condition she comes to you than the heifer that leads off the class. She falls short in terms of body depth and volume to ever have quite the brood cow look that you see in that lead-off heifer, but a good female here that sits in the second hole.
Congratulations in Class 37. First place went to back number 50663. WHR SRVM Cecilia CC 0101ET, exhibited by Brenna Baines. And second place in that class went to back number 50659, exhibited by Cade Lott. We'll now bring in Class 38. This will be your final class here in our Junior Shorthorn show.
Just a single entry here, but a nice senior yearling female to wrap things up for us. And, good to see her into production. And, I told this young lady that deserves some congratulations to get one halter broke in 10 days. You've done your work. But, a nice cow, a cow that I think, again, probably the highlight to me is the fact, that this young lady's got that cow in production, relatively close to hitting that 2 years of age, a little beyond it, but in the big scheme of things in these show cattle, just the fact that we've got her bred in a reasonable window and got that calf at side. You see some milkiness to her udder. I'd like to refine the shape of those teats a little bit. As a young 2-year-old, maybe just a little bit coarser, maybe balance out her udder just a touch, but a cow that's got some width and substance to her, obviously doing a nice job here at side. Be interesting to see how she continues along that journey here as a 2-year-old and that calf keeps coming along. But a very, very nice single entry, going to be a nice part of this division here in just a second. Congratulations, those two young ladies.
Congratulations. First place in your senior yearling class goes to back number 50666. WHR HCAT Cecilia 9912ET, exhibited by Emery Robertson. We'll now bring in the first and seconds, who will be selecting a champion reserve senior female.
Well, as we wrap up this final division, this is going to be exciting, guys. We're going to have a really, really nice grand drive and a winner out of this division that's going to fit right into the mix and not going to make my job easy because these divisional winners are going to be exceptional. But what a great set of cattle even to wrap things up. I know there wasn't many in this senior division, but we sure have a champion that leads things out very, very well for us. And then for reserve, I think two females that are very, very similar in their kind, and I don't think you can help but to give the benefit of the doubt to the one that's going into production and showing you what she's capable of. But again, a very nice division, outstanding lead-off, dominant winner in this division. Young lady, you're going to have our champion. We'll follow up with the other class winner to be reserved. Give him one more nice round of applause here, and we'll look forward to a great grand drive.
Well, congratulations in your senior division. Champion exhibited by Brenna Baines of Pierce, Nebraska, and reserve in that division will go to Emery Robertson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to bring in your champion and reserve champion division winners here in your Junior Shorthorn show. For those of you sitting ringside, join me in putting your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Chris Molyneux. As our division winners come into the ring, we'd like to introduce you to Harley Shelton, your 2021 and 2022 National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. She is the daughter of Trevor and Georgia Shelton of Lubbock, Texas. Harley is currently a freshman at Oklahoma State University, pursuing a degree in veterinarian medicine. Harley has been actively raising Shorthorns since 2011 when she added the Shorthorn breed to her family's herd. We also have Sierra Betts, the 2021 and 2022 alternate National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, representing the great state of Ohio. Sierra resides with her parents, Corey and Becky Betts, along with her twin sister, Alyssa Betts. She has been actively involved in the Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm with her grandparents, Bob and Ladona Workman. Sierra is currently a sophomore at Ohio University Eastern, majoring in social work. We also have Alyssa Betts. She is the 2021 Ohio Shorthorn Lassie Queen. Alyssa resides with her family, Corey and Becky Betts, along with her twin sister, Sierra. In addition, we have Maggie Bass, the Kansas State Queen, and Ellie Spearman, the Texas Lassie Princess. If you're sitting in the stands, join me in putting your hands together for not only our royalty here in the ring, but also your junior board that helped put our show on today.
Well, guys, I know we got more to go yet today, but what a pleasure it's been all morning long to just to share my thoughts with what has been an outstanding set of junior heifers here in your Shorthorn division. And this is not easy, but I didn't expect it to be easy. At this venue, these kind of numbers, you don't expect anything but the best here at this event, and it has been exactly that. If you would, help me congratulate this set of young people. Give them a big, big round of applause here. What an excellent set of females. I couldn't be happier with the divisional champions that we have out, and now you really get to dig in and you know, one of those times where probably I don't know that there is a wrong answer standing out here because there's so many right kinds, and that's I think a testament to, you know, continued improvement, you know, not just within your breed but across all breeds of cattle, and we get them here to this stage, and you really see the outcome of some outstanding breeding programs and then getting them in the hands of young people that have cared for them incredibly well. Now you get to really see some of the details, or maybe understand some of the details that I see in the cattle that are out here, and then kind of lay your cards where you want depending on your preference. But you know, there's probably, as we look through this lineup, I'd be lying to say this baby heifer calf is not one that is a contender, and I think she is beautifully balanced. I think just an elegance, a female quality about her, a long-term broodiness about her in terms of her body type and structure. You know, is she the stoutest heifer out here in the lineup? No. But I think she's adequate in that regard, and I think time will tell, you know, how far that heifer calf can go. She's still green, but she should be, and I like that about her. She still looks like a heifer calf. I think that one's got a really bright future. You know, maybe not one that's in contention today is the heifer out of Division 2, but that was a great division, and it had a little bit of give and take, and that heifer kind of put the most good together. You know, as you get her back out here, maybe just a nickel, plainer headed, you know, and chested, but a heifer that's bold in her body shape. She still handles herself good in motion. We mentioned kind of setting that tail head down a touch, but a heck of a good female there. Third division was really strong, guys, and this heifer comes back out, and she just strikes you pretty hard. I think a female that is bold and powerful and kind of at 12 o'clock today, and yet not too far along that she doesn't read with the kind that still has future and maybe hopefully even better days in front of her. I think a female whose hip and hind leg is exceptional, maybe could plant her just a tick different in the way she comes to the ground up front, but she reaches fine, and the comfort is there. I think a striking, high-quality image to that female. Excellent, excellent female that's definitely a heavy contender for me. We come here to the fall division, maybe not quite as deep, but two heifers that found their way to the top of that division and offered a little bit of back and forth. There was the good cow prospect in my mind, a little plainer looking in this group, but really nice. And then the summer yearling definitely deserves a look. Boy, that young man has got her presented to the nines here, and bold and powerful and stout, and yet still puts it together in terms of a quality package from the side. We kind of mentioned in class how she handles that hind leg and could be a little different going away from you, but that one's awfully nice. I love the cow look of our next female. She's not overwhelming in terms of mass, and some are stouter featured than her, but she has a maternal image that I love. I like that head and neck, the sweep to her lower body. She's still very, very fundamentally right as we talk about getting her out and going. Even though she may not be on the stoutest of foundations, she's still very, very good in her structure. And then that final division winner, she's got as much mass, as much body volume, as much substance as anything that's out here in the lineup. We do get her back out here and just a little more lethargic in the way she gets out and goes. Maybe tone her down a little bit up around her pones a touch, but a heifer that I think, again, gets right here into the mix. That's kind of how I see the cattle. There's a reserve or two, and that to me are going to jump right into the fray here and you know, be contender once I go ahead and select you a champion. But this was a rock star show, guys, and yeah, your breed associations should be proud. These juniors should be proud. What an excellent set of cattle. Give them one more big round of applause if you would. You know, and this is one of those times where you can sit here and you can nitpick, you can argue all you want. I'm going to go out and hit the one that hit me the hardest from the minute she came in the ring. But all of these cattle are outstanding. Let's give this young guy right here a round of applause. That's going to be our champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana, with CSF Dream Lady 140H CXCT.
Well, guys, as that one pulls into the lineup, how you don't immediately look at her and appreciate what I did from the get-go. And, you know, she's, you know, that divisional winner was probably a little more 12 o'clock today, but this one's 11:59. I mean, she is beautiful in terms of balance and look. You know, so extended, even a little longer and neater up through her front end than the heifer that beat her in that division. Love the future that one's got, and I think she is immediately a contender here in this lineup. It boils down to me, you know, you got to take a look at that first baby calf, this one that was reserve in division to our champion. I like those three big heifers. I think any one of them, you know, are sure deserving of a look out here. You know, for me, though, I just can't separate them today. We're going to keep that division together, young lady. That's going to be our reserve champion. Give her a nice round of applause as well.
And congratulations, your reserve champion Shorthorn here at the Junior Shorthorn Show Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with ZSF Grand Rosemary's Belladonna. Once again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors. We are going to take a brief photo break. We will return back with your Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get started with your Cattlemen's Congress Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Our judge again this afternoon, Mr. Chris Mullenix. We'll be looking for Class 1 late spring heifer calves.
Well, nice way to start off our plus division here. Obviously very, very young baby heifer calves here, June and July. And yeah, much like we saw in the purebred division, you get some variation in size and weight here. But even as we look down this lineup to what would be the lightest weight cattle, if we ran them across the scale, we're honestly looking at cattle that would just be weaning age. And I don't think, any of us would be disappointed, to wean a set of cattle even weighing on the lower end of this particular group. So now it's about quality. I think the top pair soared up on that in that regard. I really like the balance of our class winner. I think she's a bit more correct in the build and travel of her hind leg, a little stouter in terms of her bone work and foot. Beautiful shape to that female, a very unique set of performance values that go with that. Maybe a little softer body type in the second place female, a little better in her forerib. I really like the way she lays in from her neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib. A heifer that both our class winner and her could be just a little different in the way they step out of their front end, where she doesn't come off quite as good as that lead-off heifer is in the way she handles the hind leg, and that's where I'd stouten her up just a touch. But very nice pair of females to get us started. As arguably as big a bodied heifer that's in the class is here in third. I love her boldness and her depth of rib, big powerful hip in that female, just a little shorter and rounder built in the way she's made, and that neck and shoulder not quite as youthful and refined in the way that she presents herself through her front 1/3. Black and white heifer, again, a very unique female, and some values she brings to you genetically. Long-bodied, neat-fronted heifer that's just a little too tight in her structure for me here today to get her into that initial trio. Without a doubt, the most growth, the most length of body, the most weight per day of age of anything in here comes next in the lineup. I hope that heifer, can stop that growth curve, because quite honestly, she's probably a frame score size, frame score or two bigger than I would prefer at this stage in the game. If she'll stop and then slow down that growth curve and body down to match that frame, there's some good in that heifer. In fact, I probably like her structure a little better than the female that's right in front of her, just a little more extreme for me. And then we round things out with a heifer that just needs more flank and body depth. Sit that tail head down in her a little more correctly and let her move, sound her up front. There's a heifer that's still got some cleanliness to her up front. She's got quite a bit of shape as you study her up high. Just need to balance her out different.
Well, congratulations in Class 1 late spring heifer calves. First place goes to back number 50671, KKW Miss Prestige, exhibited by Kelby Ann Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50677, exhibited by Cooper Lotry. Third place was exhibited by John Robert Humphreys. Fourth place exhibited by Alexa Lane. Fifth place in that class went to Kelsey Culini, and sixth place in that class went to Jake McCullough. We'll now bring in Class 2 late spring heifer calves.
Again, very nice class. May heifer calves here, and I think an easy leadoff heifer. I really like this one, and maybe more than anything else, I think that looks like a May heifer calf. I love her freshness, her youthfulness. I think she's got a look of quality that's exceptional. She's beautiful in terms of her structure. I think plenty enough dimension to go with it. If I'm going to start to get a little nitpicky, I'm going to get out there in the end of her jaw line and maybe just stouten her up, in that muzzle and jaw just a little bit. But that's being very nitpicky. I think that is an elite female that's got a beautiful look about her. Very easy place for me to start. The second place heifer, a nickel more performance in her perhaps. She doesn't stay together in her top line and spine quite as good when we set her out in motion. So to me, just doesn't quite have the elite balance in the way that those pieces fit together. I still think enough fresher in terms of her look. I like her growth curve a little better than I do the third place female, but a heifer that just doesn't quite hook together like that class winner does. Third place heifer, certainly things to like about her in terms of body and volume. Obviously, there's tons and tons of it, and yet she still is reasonably sound in the way that she handles that. To me, she's just too mature looking, and that's why she's third. I think a baby heifer calf still needs to look juvenile, look youthful in her kind, needs to be leaner than what that heifer is. There's good in that female, no doubt about it, but she's just a little too much at this stage in the game in my book, and I just question her outcome because of it. A little shorter cannoned. I just hope she's got enough growth left in her. Kick her out, lean her up, and see where she goes from here. There's a lot of good in that female, just a little much for me at this stage. The heifer that's next, she's got more extension, more length. She doesn't balance out quite like she needs to. A little deeper chested than she is through her flank, and could stride a little longer up front. But I like her refinement. I think she's got some quality pieces and certainly a condition advantage versus the heifer that's right in front of her. I just like to see her hold together a little better as we get her out in motion, stay a little more coordinated. The next heifer's got some look about her. I like her extension or her cleanliness up front. That heifer is just coming up too short in her step, especially you watch her out of her front end. She kind of high steps a little bit. The angle of her shoulder needs to be laid back better. When we get that one stopped, her balance and her refinement and quality is actually quite nice. I just need her to be sounder. Guys, this is not a bad female at all that comes next. She's moderate. She's good in her body shape. She's got an easy fleshing look, a little short and a little plainer everywhere you study her, especially through her chest, up through her front end and the crest of her neck, but a heifer that's got, I think, some basic function to her as a potential brood cow down the line. Just wish we could neaten her up and, again, maybe lay that shoulder back in her just a touch. The roan heifer's bigger, longer, has more performance. For her frame, I need to see more body depth. I think she's bold enough. She just needs more body volume and to be just a little more agile as we talk about her structurally. Again, excellent class with a heifer I like really well there at the top end.
Well, congratulations in Class 2. First place goes to back number 50683, SS Myrtle Bow Bling 170ET, exhibited by Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jake McCullough. Third place went to back number 50681, exhibited by Carter Cornegie. Fourth place was exhibited by back number 50685, Xavier Ferris. Fifth place in that class went to back number 50680, Casey Toulos. Sixth place was exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington. And seventh place in that class exhibited by Isabella Delago. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds for our first division here in your Shorthorn Plus show. This will be your late spring heifer calf division. Attention to all of our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. We will not be taking a break between your junior and open shows. Again, we will not be taking a break between your junior and open shows. So at the conclusion of the junior show, we will get started right away with your open show.
Well, guys, very nice way to start off your plus show. And two very nice classes, but I think it's pretty clear cut in terms of, where we go in this division. I think an outstanding leadoff heifer whose balance and quality and structure is, really kind of up to speed with what we tried to find throughout the purebred division as well. And then a heifer that follows her directly out of the same class that I think, maybe doesn't hook together as well, in some of the little details, but otherwise I think mirrors a lot of the same things. Excellent set in this first division, but I think a pretty clear place to go. Young man out of class 2 is going to have your champion, and then that one that stood second will be reserved. Congratulations. Give them a nice round of applause on a really good pair of heifers. Good job, guys.
Well, congratulations in your first class, or first division, my apologies, of Shorthorn Pluses. Your champion will go to SS Myrtle Bow Bling 170ET, exhibited by Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois, and reserved in that division, exhibited by Jake McCullough of Beggs, Oklahoma, with CJM Jade 1M10. We're now going to bring in your next class, the Shorthorn Pluses, Class 5 Early Spring Heifer Calves.
Well, good pair of heifers here at the top end, and they're not exactly the same, but I like both of these cattle. There's more stoutness and general dimension in our class winner, but really what she does to beyond that is stay more relaxed in her spine and top line when we get her out in motion. I like the stoutness and the correctness in the way she plants and goes off of her hind legs. She's not as deep back through her rear rib and flank and just as purely soft in her midsection, but I think that's very comparative. If you tried to tell me that heifer doesn't have enough body, I would argue all day long. I think she's got plenty, especially as a young baby heifer, and I like the way she stays relaxed and goes and as we get them out on the lead. This is a good heifer in second, though. I like that moderation and body depth she's got. She's got a smooth, very maternal kind of look to her as you study the features of that one. Again, she gets that spine just a little tight on us, just doesn't want to relax as we get her out in motion. Bold, stout, powerful heifer that comes next. I wish she would relax that rear pastern and just go with a little more comfort. She wants to knuckle it forward and kind of snap back into place every 3 or 4 steps. But bold, stout, still a nice look. Maybe not as refined as some of the cattle, but still her pieces are proportional and fit together. I like the balance of the yellow heifer. I wish she'd get out and hit her stride a little better. You study her, at her foundation. Maybe you could change her a little in the shape of her feet. But as we get her out in motion, she's just getting a little too short stepping. But quality look to that female, long fronted, good in her top line, set her tail head down in her, but a heifer that's got some stoutness in terms of her bone work and a quality look. The red heifer is long, nice in her top line, a heifer that needs to have more rib and body, and she's just a tick rigid in the way she goes at the ground. The next roan heifer, a little smaller kind of package, but I think still some good in that female. She balances up so much better than the final female. Again, as you study that hind leg, she's just a little smaller footed and a little tighter in the way she plants on that rear pastern and ankle. The final heifer here just needs more body depth and rib shape to give an easier doing look. She's long and she's got some growth and some muscle shape to her. Heifer that just doesn't accommodate her frame with quite enough rib to call her easy enough doing. Again, a very, very nice class. Good top pair there at the top end.
Congratulations in Class 5. First place will go to back number 50694. SSSL Main Attraction 148, exhibited by Reagan Easton of Bethany, Illinois. Second place goes to back number 50687, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas. Fourth place exhibited by Jaylee Kelso. Fifth place was exhibited by Luke Jones. And seventh place exhibited by J.C. McGowan. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 6 early spring heifer calves.
Well, two nice heifers here to lead off this class. And, I think a female that wins this class, she doesn't win it because she's the big one. And I'll be totally honest with you. I think that's a little bit to her detriment, to be truthful. I think that is every bit as much as we would ever want a baby heifer calf to be at this stage from a maturity standpoint, a weight standpoint, a flesh standpoint. But she's too good, and that's one of those decisions you run into as a judge sometimes. I probably prefer the maturity pattern of the second heifer at this stage, and yet she's just not as good as the class winner. And so, I think you still got to use the best one. I wouldn't mind toning her down. I guess if you really look to it, her genetic evaluation would tell you she's got a lot of natural growth in her. So I appreciate that. But what I really like is I think she is tremendously good in her feet and leg structure. She's got great feet. The set of her hind leg is both attractive, and yet she reaches and is comfortable, and all of her parts stay together when we set her in motion. She looks female-like and maternal. Like I said, I just wouldn't mind toning her down just a touch to be ideal, but that's a very, very good female here that leads off. Our second place heifer is a good solid heifer as well. That tail switch kind of throws her balance off just a touch when you have a little bit of chest to go with it, and could modify just the way she opens and gets out of her front end. But a really nice turn to her rib and body, moderate in terms of her size, just a good solid second place female. Not in the league of our class winner, just in terms of extra look, nor does she move quite as nice, but a good female there in second. Good solid heifer in third. She's good bodied. She's got plenty of performance relative to her age. She as well needs to move better out of her front end. Their neck sets a little low into a more open kind of shoulder and a little rounder in the way that hip's built. But I think she's got enough more dimension to get around the blue heifer. Then the final two females couldn't be any more different. I'm going to use a little more female quality, a little more refinement in the blue heifer that needs more dimension versus the really, really muscular heifer that wraps it up. That's a little too coarse for my taste. So two very different cattle, but both have some good in them, even rounding out that lineup.
But I've just been doing like these little engineering jobs with Neil hooking me up with them, so
Good.
it's kind of nice.
Well, congratulations over here in ring two. The results of Class 6. First place went to back number 50701. Soul ST Unlimited Dreams 1311 JET, exhibited by Alyssa Obrecht of Harlan, Iowa. Second place went to back number 50702, exhibited by Faye Smith of Walton, Kansas. Third place was exhibited by Casey Tulos. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Shane Carlisle. And fifth was exhibited by Harley Hallman. We'll now bring in Class 7 early spring heifer calves.
Go ahead and bring the third heifer. We can bring all four of them, actually. Guys, top to bottom, this is as strong a class as we've seen. You go to that yellow heifer, and you can you can see clearly why that young lady brought this heifer to this show, because those are four excellent cattle that are going to do really, really nice things for these young people on down the road. Yet here at the top end, I think an easy place to start. To me, that heifer really combines a lot of good in this lineup in terms of just boldness of body and maintaining some real base width as she goes away from you, and yet highlights it with an attractive look. She runs downhill just the slightest little bit, but a heifer that I think really, really blends a brood cow look and quality into an awfully nice kind of package. For me, it was a decision between 2 and 3, and I don't necessarily care which way you like that pair of females. I think there's some subtle differences that I find in the two cattle. I like the softness and kind of just that quick maternal image of our second place heifer, and because of it, I think she resembles the class winner just a little bit more. I wouldn't mind laying her back in the angle of her shoulder just a touch. She kind of lunges forward on us because of it, but the back 2/3 of that heifer are really nice. At first glance, I think you think the red heifer is kind of a stouter heifer because of her bone work and substance, and boy, what a soft, beautiful hair coat on that one. Get underneath of it, I actually read a touch more turn to the body shape of our second place female. But this is a very highly presented, striking female sitting here in third. If you like that extra bone and substance and that quick look that she gives you to switch that pair, wouldn't argue it in the slightest. I wanted to make her a little nicer out of her front end, and she may be just a little better in the angle of that shoulder, but maybe not perfect in that regard either. Gets a tick base narrow as she goes away. The yellow heifer here that finishes things up for us. Guys, as we alluded to, that is how good this class is. If this one came out and was a single entry, we would praise that female, and I'm still going to praise her. That one actually has a little more muscle shape and pin width than either of the two heifers that were right there in front of her. When you get off to the side, she just doesn't have quite that body depth, wants to splay off and just get a little awkward in the way she comes to the ground on her front feet. Four excellent cattle, though, in that lineup. Congratulations to those exhibitors again.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, result to Class 7. First place goes to back number 50711, Aben Cruella 1012 JET, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Tyler DeGroot. Third place exhibited by Eli Matthews, and fourth place exhibited by Mabry Wharton. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve out of the early spring heifer calf division. Over here in Ring 1, we are going to get started with your full-blood Simmental Open Show. We are excited to welcome your judges today, Mr. Shane Bedwell of Holt, Missouri, and Mr. Kyle Perez of Nara Vista, New Mexico. Well, congratulations over here in your Simmental Full Blood Show. First place in Class 1 goes to back number 60431, Loveland Farms of Roland, Oklahoma, with Loveland Sarah 111J. And in second place, we'll go to back number 60432, Natalie Brunk, also of Roland, Oklahoma, with Loveland Ice Ice JD. We'll now bring in Class 2 Full Blood Simmental heifers born September of 2020.
Over here on our Shorthorn Plus division, three very nice class winners, guys. And I think each one of them, although they represent some slightly different pieces, I think each one of them certainly deserves a look out here. You know, probably as stout featured and truly as muscular a heifer is the one that won our first class. She can get a little up and down in her top line and maybe not quite balance out like the two heifers behind her. The big soggy-bodied heifer that comes out of our second class is really, really one to like. I think a maternal nature in terms of the way that she's built. Heifer, as we start to break her down, probably gives up a shot of natural dimension to the heifers on both sides of her. As we mentioned, probably a heifer that has every bit as much growth as we need them to have at this stage in the game, but she's a good one, and that's what matters most to me. There's a lot of things she represents, that are very important to me from an evaluation standpoint. Then you got the black and white heifer that stands behind her, and I think again, like we said in class, probably a pretty logical winner, much like the heifer in front of her was. She comes to us probably in a little more conservative kind of frame. I like the turn and shape she's got to her rib. I think she balances up still very, very nicely. As we said, we kind of run her downhill just a little bit more than ideal. Get up on top of her, and maybe the shape of her feet could be changed just a nickel as well. But she maintains herself good in motion and actually probably keeps that tail head set down into her top line even a little better than the heifer that stands right there in front of her. So that's the give and take that I see. It really boils down to the two heifers out of Class 2 and 3. Close decision for me here today, but the young lady out of Class 3 is going to be your champion. Class 2 will be reserved. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would.
Well, congratulations, Class 2 over here in Ring 1. The results of your full-blood Simmental Septembers. First place went to back number 60435, Loveland Farms of Roland, Oklahoma, with Loveland Tovey 059H. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and your judges will select their grand and reserve grand champion, full blood. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, we do have the results of your first division. Champion Early Spring Heifer Calf went to back number 50711. Aben Cruella 1012 JET, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And reserve champion went to back number 50701, Saul ST Unlimited Dreams 1311 JET, exhibited by Alyssa Albrecht of Harlan, Iowa. Now currently in the Shorthorn ring, we have Class 10 Junior Heifer Calves.
Nice set of Shorthorn Plus calves over here again, and I think pretty logical in the way that this class fits together, and yet some good in all four cattle. Up here at the top, obviously a pair of heifers that kind of hit you, a little quicker in terms of the body volume and just the flesh that they're in here as they come to us today. You really get past that, though, body depth is the similarity. Body shape is not. The solid black heifer, way, way more dimensional. She's so much truer in the turn of her rib, way more powerful, bigger, and stouter out of her pin set and hip. A heifer at times kind of anxious to get her back out here and really break down some skeleton things. She maybe could get just a little bit easier in the way she goes, but the look she's got with the power she's got, I think fundamentally an awfully nice female here to lead it off. I think you got to keep the Blue Roan in second, but for me personally, probably a little bit of a distant second in this particular group. Love the sweep she's got to that center body. She's smooth and neat up front. Just a little one-dimensional for me as we step in behind her. You watch her go. She flattens and closes up way too much in terms of her body shape and dimension to the ground. But again, a deep, soggy-middled heifer that kind of hits you with some maternal feature, but just needs more real, genuine dimension to really finish off that statement. You know what, guys, this heifer in third, I think you quickly come in and think, she can't compete. I hope you see the good I do in her. I think that one is absolutely fresh. I think that one has a beautiful look to her. I think her best days are by far in front of her. To be totally honest with you, for me, second and third is probably the closest decision in this class. Even though you give up quite a bit of growth and performance and body here today, I think that heifer's got a really neat future in front of her. Up front, maybe, kind of lay her back just a touch and get her to stride a little longer, but I really like the attractive look, the balance, and the quality that one's got. She's actually got more real muscle shape than the heifer that preceded her. The red heifer that finishes things out, she's got a notch more body volume here today. I think she comes off just a nickel too plain in her look. That navel, front end, chest, the way that those things transition up front, just not quite as elegant and refined as she needs to be in this lineup, but like the power and the boldness that she's got.
Well, congratulations in Class 10. First place would go to back number 50716. Steck Tamale RD 116 JET, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place went to back number 50717, Cane Paprika 928J, exhibited by Megan Brown of Greenville, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Case Glacier, and fourth place exhibited by Abilene Sullivan. We'll now bring in Class 11 Junior Heifer Calves.
Well, again, very, very good class here. I like this class winner a lot, guys. And again, to me, so beautiful in terms of body type. That's where it starts. I think that one just has an exceptional cow quality about her. Love the turn and the depth and the shape she's got to her rib. I think a prime example of how cattle can be very, very feminine, and yet they don't have to be the choke throated, just ultra, hard-necked kind. That one, the shape of her neck up high is beautiful. The way she blends into her shoulder is awesome. Her joint work is right. Everything about that one looks maternal, even though, there's maybe others that have a little less throat in them. I'm never one to get too wound up on that. Is she the most powerful heifer? No. Is there kind of more moderate cattle maybe that stand in this lineup? Absolutely. But I think, just her maternal look, that hip and hind leg structure, and yet she still backs it up, with plenty enough dimension. I think an outstanding heifer that leads off. In second, I like a lot about this blue roan heifer. Her stoutness of bone work and substance, initially leads you into thinking, well, heck, this one might have a notch more power. I don't know that she does. I think they're pretty comparable. Where you step off of this heifer and she just doesn't have quite that extra body depth. That tailhead needs to be set in her just a little more correctly. I still think she's got an advantage, though, in terms of skeleton and structure, especially up front versus the other big performance heifer. Your first glance might be to say, well, don't 1 and 3 go together a little bit more? I would argue with that. I guess they go together in terms of depth and weight per day of age. The first two heifers go together in terms of structural correctness to me a little bit more. And that's where I would make the call. It's not hip and hind leg. I think she's comfortable enough there. Maybe could square up a touch. She just doesn't want to get out with quite the length out of her front end, length of step out of her front end. It's a shame because that one's refinement and femininity, I think, is exceptionally good. And she is by far the biggest surprise when you get up on top of them. I think she's really bold, really true in the way that she turns out of her upper rib cage. Excellent trio of heifers here on the top end. The heifer that comes fourth is certainly bold and powerful with a lot of dimension. Her issues come when we get her in motion. She wants to roll up in her spine a little bit too much and like to freshen her up a bit in her condition. If you want to switch the final two because this heifer holds her top line a little bit better and is maybe a touch leaner, I wouldn't argue with you. But that heifer is also just a little bit straight in the angle of her shoulder, a heifer that doesn't balance out quite as well as she needs to and gives up a little performance. So give and take throughout the lineup, but I think a really, really nice individual there on the top end.
Well, congratulations back over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. Results of Class 11. First place went to back number 50719, CF Mona Lisa, 136 Primo XET, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. Second place in that class went to back number 50725, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson. Third place was exhibited by Dawson Barnett. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Maggie Potter, and fifth place was exhibited by Abigail Green. Now in ring 2 is Class 12 Junior Heifer Calves. Over in ring 1, we have started with your Simbra Open Show. Class 3 Simbra Bulls, born May of 2021. First place went to Hagen Cattle Company of Yoakum, Texas, with Hagen El Patron 12J. We'll now bring in Class 4 Simbra Bulls, born March and April of 2021. Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Results of Class 4 Simbra Bowls. First place goes to back number 60591, Hagen Cattle Company of Yoakum, Texas, with Hagen Julio 47J. And second place goes to back number 60589, Smith Genetics of Giddings, Texas, with Smith Easy Like 21J. We'll now bring in those first and seconds and select a champion reserve junior bull calf.
Well, guys, really an enjoyable class here. Perez, I thought they were going to just keep rolling the George Strait for you, but they brought a Smelton John too. You probably don't know who that guy is, but he's a pretty good artist himself. But you guys going to have fun over there on the semi side. Two of my very close friends and spectacular evaluators that are going to have a lot of fun with you the next couple days. But this is really good. Bring the third place heifer as well. They're different, guys. This trio, I could sure see some flipping around here if you want to, kind of lay your emphasis in some different areas. The one that hit me the hardest when they came in the ring is the one I leave in leading off. And, she's just got a brood cow look about her, her body type, and yet she balances up very, very nice. Does she have a nickel more condition, especially through her, lower body maybe than I would prefer? Yes. But what she does versus the second place heifer is strike you with that look and that quality from the side, but with a shot more real dimension. She's bolder up high, truer in her forerib, more natural width and body volume in that female than the heifer that comes right behind her. Now this is one elegant, beautiful necked, super fronted female that, she's probably one that is going to continue to hold flesh pretty well as she matures on, and as she masses up in terms of body, no question she has got a look to kill, and I really like that about her. She's just a little A-frame for me. She needs to have more natural width, more dimension as you study her all the way through for me to get around that class winner. But, boy, if you like that look she presents and you call her a little fresher, I wouldn't argue with that. Is she fresher? Is she maybe not quite as easy doing? That's, probably the line that she teeters on, but two very, very good females. Guys, this one really grows on me, and I know she doesn't maybe piece together up in her front end, quite as attractively as that initial pair of heifers, but this one's really true. She's as bold, as honest, and has as much natural dimension as any heifer that stands out here in the lineup. She just needs to be better out of her front end, both a little in terms of motion, but more so just the way those pieces transition to give her the elegance and the balance that that initial pair has. But three very good cattle here on the top end. Guys, this is still a solid female in fourth. She's moderate, she's deep, she's easy doing. She doesn't stride quite as long out of her front end and just comes off a notch plainer in her look. We wrap things up with a red heifer that sure got some muscle shape to her, some power and some real dimension. A heifer that's a little harder in terms of her center body, a little tighter off both ends, so probably one that just doesn't strike you with quite the doability of those cattle in front of her. Again, a very, very nice class, challenging but really good quality on the top end.
Well, congratulations over here in your Simbra ring, your champion junior bull calf. We'll go to back number 60587, Hagen Cattle Company of Yoakum, Texas, and reserve champion. We'll also go to Hagen Cattle Company with Hagen Julio 47J. We'll now bring in Class 5 Simbra bulls born November to December of 2020. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, we have the results of Class 12. First place was exhibited by Alyssa Obrecht of Harlan, Iowa. Second place was exhibited by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. Third place went to Taylor Frazier of Jackson, Ohio. Fourth place was exhibited by Eli Matthews of Muldrow, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to Meredith Behrens of Colbert, Oklahoma. Now currently in ring 2, your judge, Mr. Chris Mullenix, is selecting his champion reserve junior heifer calf.
Well, guys, this has really been fun for me, but this has not been an easy division. I think you can clearly see it out here, even in our class winners and seconds, how many different kinds we have, and you know that's okay. I think that's one of the things that you know is neat as you continue to progress within your own individual breeding programs is finding the cattle and the type that suit you. And you know, I'm not going to argue at all. To me, you know, whether it's any of these 6 cattle, and heck, there were cattle that stood third in class in a couple of these classes as well, that you could shake them up and you could go find a different divisional winner, and I'm not going to, you know, argue with you in the slightest, because I think these cattle represent quality, but that quality comes in different kinds of packages. So how you want to, you know, go ahead and land, you know, on a certain kind, that is totally each individual's judgment call. But hopefully you can see what I have in the cattle, and that's one of the things that I love about, you know, stock shows and you know, getting the opportunity to just come out here and get an honest evaluation from each individual judge. Whether you agree or disagree, that's what kind of makes the world go round. We also have our own kinds, and you know, that's my job, is just to come out here and stick to the kind that I like, and I'm really pleased with this group. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause, though. What an excellent set of junior heifer calves here to get a chance to sort through. You know, for me, as we get back to these class winners, there's probably one that hit me pretty hard in this particular division, and you know, just represents, I think, you know, a brood cow look that you've got to find, you know, whether it be in your Shorthorn Plus females or any breed we bring out here. I think she represents, to me, you know, just cow function to start with. And I know they're show cattle, and I want to make them as attractive as we can make them, but I'm going to build them the way that I see fit, from a structure and a function and a body and a dimension standpoint, and then hopefully we can add all of those extras on top of it once we get those fundamentals. But to me, the one that does it and does it really well in this group came out of class 2. Congratulations, young lady. Let's pull that heifer on up.
Congratulations, your champion junior heifer calf goes to back number 50719, CF Mona Lisa 136 Primo XET, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett.
You know, for reserve, it gets a little bit closer to me, and you know, I think you can bring 4 or 5 heifers into contention again, you know, for that reserve slot. But as we get these cattle back out here, you know, a stout and yet striking look to that initial heifer calf. You know, maybe not quite at the maternal image that I saw in the divisional winner. Heifer that's gives up a tick of performance, but has some stoutness of structure, you know, and still some look about her in the blue roan, and then a big, deep-middled heifer that's got just a nickel more condition down low that comes out of our 3rd class. So a little variation in kind. I like all 3 heifers, but young man up front is going to have our reserve in this division. Congratulations to him.
And congratulations, your reserve in this division goes to back number 50716, Steck Tamale RD 116 JET, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 15 Winter Heifer calves.
Pair of late fall heifers here on our plus side. I think just an elegance and an attractiveness about our winner that gets her the nod in this particular pair. And I think what makes her unique is when you actually get up on top of them, she's a little more genuine in terms of her upper rib shape and a little more true muscularity. A heifer, as we study her, she can get a little elevated in that tail head, maybe reach her a little different out of her front end, but a quality female that's fresh and shaped right and got a neat look. Heifer here in seconds, probably a little stouter in terms of her bone work and a nickel more depth through that rear rib and flank. With that, she's a bit plainer in the way she's made up through her front end. You know, flattens a bit as you get in behind her, but a very good pair here to start this fall division.
Congratulations in Class 15. First place exhibited by Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma, and second place was exhibited by Emma Arnett of Brookville, Ohio. Back over in Ring 1, the results of Class 5 Cimbra Bulls born November to December of 2020. First place in Champion Senior Bull Calf went to back number 60595, Gance Allen of Blossom, Texas with 3CC CTCF Alpha. Second place in reserve in that division was exhibited by Avery Rendon. Third place exhibited by ARC Cattle Company. And fourth place was exhibited by Smith Genetics. Currently in the ring now is Class 6 Cimbra Bulls born April of 2020.
Another nice pair of fallborns here. The Blue Roan's a pretty obvious place to start, and just in terms of skeletal quality and body type, just an easier doing look about that female, and yet she still balances up so nice. She's in good condition. Very, very nice entry to win this particular class. White Heifer's got some positives, though. Man, we get her stopped. Young lady has got her presented beautifully, super extended, neat there at the base of her neck. A heifer that sure got enough depth of body. My issue with her is just a little too rigid, both ends of her structure, just a little too straight, and the way she gets out and goes, you can see that spine kind of creep up in her, and she gets out in motion. So fundamentally, I don't read her as sound as the Blue Roan heifer that wins, but again, a quality look that heifer presents when we do get her parts.
Well, congratulations in Class 16. First place went to back number 50735, Kaiserdale Will of Veneta, Iowa. And second place went to back number 50734, Aubrey Geisler of Loyal, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in those first and seconds and select the champion reserve senior heifer calf.
On the Shorthorn Plus side, we've got a unique decision here. I think the two class winners are certainly the place that you end up going in this division, and now it's a matter of where you want to place your emphasis. A little higher quality look to the black heifer. I think her upheadedness, the cleanliness through her neck and down in through the floor of her chest adds for a look of balance that gives her, a neater image here as we study her from the profile. I still like the volume, the length of body, the correctness of structure in the Blue Roan heifer behind her. She's probably just a nickel more correct in the way that she reaches out of her front end, but then she can get stopped and get just a little easier in her top line. Again, two very, very nice females that have some give and take. I don't care which way you like them. I think they're that close, even though they have different types here to evaluate. Two very, very nice females. That black heifer is going to be my fall heifer calf champion. Blue Roan's going to follow for reserve, but two very nice cattle here. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Results of your senior heifer calf division champion went to back number 50733, Soul Sweet Cherry 0541 HET, exhibited by Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma, and reserve champion back number 50735, exhibited by Kaiserdale Will. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 20 late spring yearling females. Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Simbra Bull, here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City. Back number 60587, Hagen Cattle Company of Yoakum, Texas, with Hagen L. Patron, 12J. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Simbra Bull, goes to Gants Allen Blossom, Texas, with 3cc CTCF Alpha. Once again, congratulations to all of our Simbra Bull exhibitors. We will get started here in just a moment with your Simbra Female Show.
Well, here in our Shorthorn Plus show, I think some challenge to this class. To be honest with you, second through fifth, I could see a lot of discussion and organization, reorganization of those cattle in any direction you want, because I think all of them are really good where they're good, and yet each one of them has some pieces maybe to modify a little bit, and we'll get to those in a second. But I think a dominant winner here, and there's one, power, body shape, natural dimension, and still a look of quality. She presents a pretty tough package to get around in this particular class. We get her out in motion. She wants to open up a little bit in the top of her shoulder. Maybe could stay together just a little neater up there, but boy, that's awfully critical of what is an exceptional female, and wins this class really, really easy for me. From there, like I said, 2, 3, 4, 5, any one of those heifers, if you wanted to take her positives and run her to second, I wouldn't totally argue with that. But we get them parked here at the side. It's a look of female quality that gets this heifer into the second hole for me. I like her neatness up front, the way she blends into her shoulder. Because of that, then that extra length she possesses, I think just matches up with that class winner a little better. Now we get her out in motion. She just needs to relax a little bit up in her top line. I don't read angles to her structure to be all wrong. She just kind of gets a little up and down and tight in the center portion of her spine, but a really nice balanced heifer that's fresh and then got a neat look to her from the side. The deepest bodied heifer of that group comes next. I like her fleshing ease or moderation. To me, she's deep, but she's not bold enough. She needs to have more natural, true width as you study her all the way through. Heavy bone, but an example that bone and muscle aren't necessarily correlated. She needs more real muscle shape. But again, she's still pretty functional in terms of her skeleton and her body type. Always going to have an easy fleshing look about her. The red heifer, if you wanted her next, it's because she's got more length of body. She's a little truer in the shape of her rib, like that she's bagging down. She wants to lunge forward a little too much for me. The angle of her shoulder, even the coming forward in her knee at times, and that's why she slides into the fourth hole. And even the fifth place heifer, I know she needs more body depth to have just a soft enough look. That's why I end with her in fifth, or have her in fifth. But there's parts of that female that I like clearly the best of 3, 4, and 5. I think she's the most genuine in terms of upper rib shape. I think she's got the most true width back to her pin set. Again, maybe needs to come a little better out of her front end, a little shorter in her neck and a little lower in the way it sits into a more open shoulder. But she's got as much genuine dimension as any of those three that sat there in third, fourth, and fifth. So, I think a very interesting group there. The next heifer then just kind of falls out in terms of performance and body depth. Not quite the maternal look of her, but a heifer that's still stout in terms of her structure, handles it well enough from a function standpoint, just need more heifer and more body there.
Well, congratulations over here in your Simbra ring. Your champion Simbra pair will go to Paisley Lightfoot of Needville, Texas, with Smith's LIV's Something Special. Congratulations to her. And back over here in your Shorthorn ring, we do have the results from Class 20. First place went to back number 50743. Reavers Lady 5HET, exhibited by Riley Nicole German. Second place went to back number 50744, exhibited by Sean Bays. Third place in that class, exhibited by Tyler DeGroot. Fourth place was exhibited by Addison Campbell. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington. And sixth place, exhibited by Kinsey Atkinson. That class was also your intermediate champion and reserve. Now currently in the ring is Class 23, early spring yearling females.
Again, another very good class here. I think a pretty easy winner, though. And, young man Heifer, once again, just in terms of a presence, body volume, correctness of structure, I think she pretty handily wins. She's quite a bit better in the shape of her feet than the heifer that follows in right behind her. Get under that presentation and just her general show readiness. And there's probably cattle out there that have more real natural width and muscle shape in them. But I think the combination of quality, balance, body type, doability, I think is just way, way too much to ever think about getting her beat in this particular class. I think just a very good individual entry there to lead us off. This heifer in second's got a lot of good in her, though, and kind of a striking look about her. She's got a little more frame, but she's got a presence to her. She's really, really up-headed. I think, probably a little more genuine when you actually get in and study her. Her transitions aren't perfect because she opens up a little in that shoulder, but in terms of just real body shape, I'd probably give her a slight edge versus the heifer that leads off for us. My problem with that female is just coming to the ground. I'd like to modify her foot shape to begin with, but then when we get her out in motion, she can kind of get that tail head elevated. She needs to stride a little longer up front for me, but really, really a good cow prospect there as well, showing us some bag, looking like she's pretty far along in calf. The next heifer of these top four, she might have actually as much real muscle shape as any of them. She just doesn't balance out quite like she needs to. A little too deep in her chest, just doesn't give you quite the symmetry and look from the side to get around that top pair. In fact, the next heifer is a little neater fronted. I hesitate to call her cleaner chested because I think she's got just as much condition on her. She just holds that chest better up into her body. The back third of that female is where I need more. She needs more pin width, more dimension. She needs to be strengthened down in that rear pastern, even though she's very, very flexible. I think strength of rear pastern needs to be changed in that one. Guys, this is a very interesting heifer coming next, and I don't know if she's shorter bred or not. She has that look here today, that just not enough body to get up with those top four. But quite honestly, where she is good, she's as good as anything in the class. I really think she's got outstanding breeding value. She is so feminine. The angles of her structure are good. She's actually got more power and natural muscle shape than you probably anticipate. But at this stage in the game, big coming 2-year-old heifers, I got to have more body in them than what she does here today. So a lot of things I appreciate, just not enough heifer there. In fact, the next heifer's got more depth. I just don't think she's got near the quality of structure and balance to get around that heifer in front of her. Same holds true with the red heifer. She's stout and muscular and powerful, a little lower to the ground, a little bit of chest in her. If we could elevate her up front and just give her a little more refinement and femininity, we could find a spot or two higher for her. We round things up with the lighter red heifer here again, one that certainly has enough width, enough boldness, enough power. She's one that gets a little coarser about her head and shoulder and just her general features as a whole. Like to spread that teat structure in her to give her a little more maternal look down in terms of udder structure as well. But again, a heifer that's got some power rounding it out. Excellent class, very, very nice individual that leads off again.
Congratulations in Class 23, first place and your division champion. We'll go to back number 50746, Kane GARW Tamale Tada, 124 HET, exhibited by Ethan Davies of Bowling Green, Ohio. Second place went to back number 50756, exhibited by Joshua Vatchel. Third place in that class went to back number 50749, exhibited by Dason Cash. Fourth place was exhibited by Helen Spears. Fifth place exhibited by Macy Cook. Sixth place went to Ethan McCon. Seventh place was exhibited by Caden Alexander. And eighth place in that class exhibited by Case Carlson. Now in your Shorthorn ring, we'll bring in your final class. The Shorthorn Plus females. This will be Class 26. Two reminders to our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. We are going to go right into the open Shorthorn Plus show. All of those females that just showed in our junior show do need to make their way to the scales before we show our open show. So once again, those females do need to get weighed, and we are going to start our open Shorthorn Plus show right after the junior show.
Well, guys, this is shaping up to be a great grand drive, as you would expect. This is an automatic division, I believe, as well, and another individual that is sure going to, put her stamp on the grand drive, much like a couple of other previous divisions. Just a wow look about that female in terms of balance, and so smooth, so good in terms of the way she drops through the center part of her rib and all the way back to her flank. It's way more feminine featured than the heifers that follow her. Is she again the most muscular? No, but I think plenty enough dimension to go with what is a high quality, incredibly good image here from the side. Look forward to breaking her down with a little more detail as we get into this grand drive, but a nice way to start things off in our final division. Just more performance and body mass in 2 versus 3. I'd like to change that heifer in the angle of her shoulder, clean her up through her front end to balance her out, but I still see just a nickel more, just real mass and body volume in that heifer. The final heifer here is probably a little more correct in the way she's built out of her front end. I don't know if I'll give her the full-fledged advantage in structure because you start studying those rear feet. I'd like to change her at her foundation. Also give her just a little more body depth and rib there relative to her frame and length to balance her out and just give her a little broodier look. Again, an outstanding way to finish things up. Guys, once again, this is going to be a fun division or grand drive here in your Shorthorn Plus show. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in your final division here in our Junior Shorthorn Plus show. First place and champion in that division goes to back number 50763, CFNB Demi 024 Primo XCT, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Reserve in that division will go to back number 50762, CMA Advanced Evolution, exhibited by Abigail Green of State Center, Iowa. And third place in that class, exhibited by Evan Endress of Okarche, Oklahoma. Well, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring in your champion and reserve champion division winners here in our Junior Shorthorn Plus show. A big round of applause for our judge today. This will be the final grand drive here with our judge, Mr. Chris Mullenix. If you can put your hands together for him. Congratulations over here in your Simbra ring. First place went to back number 60440, Smith Genetics of Giddings, Texas, with Smith JCC, Unforgettable Choice. Second place was exhibited by Jacob Sansome. Third place exhibited by Hagen Cattle Company, and fourth to Gance Allen. We'll now bring in Class 9 Simbra heifers born March to April of 2021.
Well, guys, first of all, thank you, Shane. And, it is pretty amazing, where life takes you and the people you intersect with along the way. And hopefully not only the role that you can play for them, but what they ultimately play for you, too. And two of my former students across the way, but I don't see them that way anymore. I see them as some of my very best friends, and I hope that's one thing, that if we take anything away from an event of this kind of magnitude, these cattle, we love them, but it gives us an avenue to develop friendships and establish a whole lot more important things in life, but at the same token, the competitive side of all of us comes out here with a goal in mind, and I appreciate that. And I guess, if there's one thing that I can tell you, you guys over there on that side of the ring are going to enjoy during the course of these couple days, is two men of conviction. And that's, I hope you appreciate that. And, we deal with a lot of things in the show world, and these cattle are absolutely amazing. But I will tell you, I'm probably, it's probably my fortune at times to be able to walk out here and not be put in the position of maybe other people that have to come out here that maybe make their living every single day doing this. I'm going to draw the same paycheck from Kansas State University next week as I did last, no matter how the Shorthorn show ends up. And, I understand the challenge that can come in being, sometimes those that are out here and make a livelihood doing this. And I don't ever want to upset anybody, but when you're in that position and they're your friends out here and breeders, that makes it even more difficult. But I hope you can see what I have in the cattle. And again, we talked about this in the Shorthorn show. This has absolutely nothing to do with whether I like the child at the end of the halter or the breeder that brought those cattle to them. Instead, it's what do I see? And whether you agree or disagree, that's what I've come to love about the opportunity to be out here in the ring, is just to share my thoughts and hopefully, at the end of the day, whether you agree with Shane and Kyle and I and the way that we sort the cattle is less relevant, I guess, in my book than whether you see what we do and you understand that we came out here and we just did it our way. And that's what, to me, what all you could ever ask. They have children that are in the ring now. My son started showing for the first time this summer as well. And that's, I think, all you can ever ask, is that you see what they see, that they describe the cattle in a fashion that you can say, hey, I may not agree with it, but I see where they're coming from. And anymore, guys, there probably used to be a day that you could walk out in these shows and, 10 out of 10 judges would use the same heifer or the same bull to win because the variation was so huge in terms of elite quality and the rest of the pack. Well, that day is gone, and these cattle are absolutely amazing, and now you get into what your kind is. I appreciate the association for allowing me to share my thoughts. Thank you, Monty, and then all of your crew. You guys do an amazing job. Let's give them a big round of applause, and then we'll make just a couple quick comments here as we wrap it up. I think all of these division winners extremely nice. I like that baby a lot. I think she has a bright future. At this stage, she won her division easy enough that I didn't really get in and detail it. That jawline is a little bit of an issue to me, but I think quality and balance and still fresh and looks like a baby, that one's got a bright future in front of her. That heifer out of class or Division II, again, a very neat combination of, rib
rib cage and boldness with some balance. We said she runs downhill and could modify her foot just a tick, but again, handles it well in motion. Division III is a player, guys. I think that heifer has got just an exceptional cow look about her, and I appreciate the balance and the uniqueness and the look and the, even just the hair quality and the things that are so easy to grab you in so many of the cattle that come out here in this division. And yet that one to me looks like she's got the right kind of substance to make a brood cow, and yet still does it with quality. I think that one is really, really nice. Hook her up just a tick stronger right behind her shoulder at times, but excellent. Challenging fall division, but a look of quality in that one. She's a little tighter moving. Probably as bold and true as our intermediate champion, Lover Shape, and she won that division easily. Get her back out here, and we could modify her front end and the way she opens in her shoulder and comes to the ground just a touch, but a stout, good hind leg underneath of that female still. And I like both of our big heifers here on this end. I think they balance up well. The young man's heifer maybe not quite as sleek and extended up through her head and neck as the one behind her, but they both have tremendous body volume. As you get to this heifer that won our last division, lots and lots of performance, just a tremendous midsection in that one. Looks like she's starting to drop some udder on us. I guess the question mark you can ask yourself when you step directly behind that one, does she have enough real, just true, genuine dimension? But I love her feet and leg structure at this stage. The way she gets out and grabs the ground and goes is very, very impressive. Her joint work is excellent, very, very maternal looking. I could use a shot more muscle shape directly behind to be ideal. But again, an excellent class and excellent breed show, both your pures and your Shorthorn pluses. It has been my pleasure. Thank you guys so much for having me. My favorite one came out of Division III. That's going to be the champion. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, your grand champion junior Shorthorn Plus female goes to Shayla Bennett, Winchester, Indiana, with the CF Mona Lisa 136 Primo XCT.
For reserve, it's I think a different kind of female that's reserve in that division, so maybe doesn't quite fit the same mold, but one that I really appreciate a lot about. I really, really like our champion, but to me, the one that suits me best to follow in behind her. Tough to get around this big gal out of our final division. Give her a nice round of applause. Good heifer there as well. Congratulations to all our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to back number 50763, CFNB Demi 024 Primo XCT, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Again, congratulations to our junior Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Chris Mullenix. We are going to go right into our open Shorthorn Plus show. So exhibitors, please make your way to the scales. We are going to get started right away in here, right in here in ring 2. Well, congratulations in Class 9. First place goes to back number 60444, Jacob Merritt of Henderson, Texas, with Smith TMP Heartfelt Magic. Second place was exhibited by Peyton Moore of Franklin, Texas. Third place went to Avery Rendon of Lorena, Texas. Fourth place exhibited by Ben Birch. Fifth place was exhibited by ARC Cattle Company. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Aiden Andersack. We're now going to bring in Class 10 Simbra heifers born January, February of 2021. We have the results of Class 10 Simbra Heifers. First place went to back number 60461, Riley Whitaker of Ranger, Texas. Second place in that class exhibited by Michaela Wolverton. Third place in that class exhibited by Paisley Lightfoot. Fourth place went to Joshua Andersack. And fifth place went to William Andersack. Now in ring one, we are going to bring in your first and seconds. We'll be selecting a champion reserve junior heifer calf. Well, for those of you just joining us in Jim Norick, we would like to welcome you to our open Shorthorn Plus show over here in Ring 2. Your judge this afternoon, Mr. John DeClerc of College Station, Texas.
Well, over here in our Shorthorn Plus show, we got a great class to get started with here. I think it's a pretty thought-provoking decision up front here. I guess just in terms of frame size and maybe just a little bit more realistic performance profile of the red heifer that starts off here. I think that female's got a little bit more slope built into her shoulder and curvature out of her knee. Consequently, she just takes a more athletic step out of her front skeleton. I actually read her to be just a little bit more consistent from hooks to pins, and I like where her pin set and tailhead is from an aesthetic standpoint here from the profile. The heifer that comes in second's got a tremendous amount of body. I like that the deeper-hearted heifer really sweeps back broody in her bottom line. Female's got plenty of dimension when we get behind the cattle. She splays out just nickel up front. I think the genesis of this is she's a little upright in her shoulder. She's awfully big for kind of a summer-born heifer calf there. Maybe like to tone her down just a little bit in terms of her mature size. Same can be said for the heifer that resides in third. Long-sided. I love how long and strong she pulls together that top line. Female that's really impressive. We get behind the cattle. She's got some intensity in terms of the shape to her stifle. From my vantage point, she's got a little extra set built into her hock, but more than anything, she looks like she's going through a growth stage right now. Young lady, I hope she maybe kind of stops growing some frame and bellies down. I think if she does that, she certainly could move up. Heifer that follows her next, the baldy heifer here, one that's got a great look from the side, like the depth of body, the easy keeping look that she's got. I think it should definitely aid her in terms of production. Female, it's a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work, maybe a little lethargic out of her front skeleton as a consequence. Heifer that follows next, another deep-sided, easy-keeping female, like the body that she has, certainly reads really broody in terms of her make. For me, she's one that reads a little quicker in her maturity pattern, starting to cake up with a little extra white tissue around her tailhead for this stage of the game. Then the heifer that closes the class, one that's really honest in her condition. I admire and commend her for being extremely strong in her top line. I actually think she's got as much shape right behind her shoulder as any of the cattle in this class, particularly relative to the amount of condition that she has. She's one I'd like to change a little bit structurally, a little stiffer in the way she utilizes her rear joints, maybe just a little bit vertical in terms of her shoulder angle.
Well, we have the results of Class 1 over here in your Open Shorthorn Plus female show. First place went to back number 50239, KKW Miss Prestige, exhibited by Kelby Ann Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 50244, exhibited by John Robert Humphreys of Wolcott, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Kelsey Culini. Fourth place was exhibited by Alexa Lane. Fifth place went to Cooper Lottery. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Stepping Stone Ranch. Now currently in Ring 2, we have Class 2 Late Spring Heifer Calves. We also have the results over here out of your Junior Heifer Calf Division. Champion was exhibited by Smith Genetics of Giddings, Texas, and Reserve Champion exhibited by Jacob Sansome of Brenham, Texas. Well, congratulations over here in Class 11 Simbra Heifers. First place went to back number 60462, Keely Whitaker of Ranger, Texas, with Smith RFI Sugar Girl. And second place went to back number 60465, Peyton Moore, with LMC JSSC Aspen 5H171. We're now bringing Class 12 Simbra Heifers born October of 2020.
Well, over here on our Shorthorn Plus side, we got another really nice class of cattle out here. And I think the heifer that leads off to me, I just think she's the most appropriate. To me, I think her frame size matches her birth date probably a little better than some of the other cattle out here. I think she just reads more just kind of juvenile and kind of like you'd like a heifer calf at this stage. She looks like she's got more gas in the tank and that her best days are ahead of her. I make that call because she's got a big, stout, authoritative hind leg. I'm enamored with just the shape to her feet. I think she's quite a bit stouter in her outside hoof wall than the heifer that resides in second. And then I think she's quite a bit more honest in her condition as well. And I'd like to stouten her up just the feature to her jawline. But I think that's an awful nice heifer. It's got a big-time future in front of her. Boy, it's hard to miss the heifer in second. She is captivating from the profile. Just extremely maternal in the sweep to her bottom line. A female that's got quite a bit of muscle mass and dimension we get behind the cattle. And I think it's encouraging for just as much capacity as that heifer has. She pulls together a really strong collected top line. She's got a good look up there in front of her shoulder as well in terms of her neck length. I just couldn't convince myself she was quite late enough maturing. Reads a little bit quicker in terms of her length of face and her cannon bone as well. She tracks away from me. She's got a tendency to kind of shift her weight to her outside hoof wall there and roll a little bit in her hock. a lot of performance in the heifer that ends up here in third. And, from a EPD standpoint, this heifer's got a very impressive growth spread from birth to yearling weight. I want to commend the young man for that. That's awfully impressive, is my mind. We get the cattle out here. She's awfully big for a May calf. From a performance standpoint, maybe a little out of bounds. Perhaps projects that she might be a little bit too tall for my standpoint for a female and as a cow. But boy, that heifer's got a lot of dimension. I think she's still pretty good in her feet and legs. Maybe not as organized in the way she puts her hip and hind leg posture together relative to the two that precede her in this class. I like a lot of things about the heifer that's in fourth. Really long and extended up front. A female that reads quite a bit more honest in her condition than the pair cattle that stand directly in front of her. I wish she just released her hock and pasture with a little bit more flex. Catches her step, but just doesn't look as fluid in her stride relative to the cattle that stand in front of her. The roan heifer that falls next certainly looks like a very balanced replacement female. I like the levelness of hip and where her tailhead really caps off her top line there. Female has got plenty of depth of body. She's got a little extra skin and some throat to kind of grow into, maybe just not quite as captivating in her image from the profile. Heifer that concludes this particular class, one that I really want to commend in terms of just the shape and spring to her upper rib cage. Got a tremendous amount of power up high, really square in her pin set as well. Maybe not accompanied with just the depth of body to balance up from the profile. Another heifer that maybe projects her neck just a shade low out of the front side of her shoulder.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 late spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 50253, SS Myrtle Bow Bling 170ET, exhibited by Stetson Reedy. Second place in that class was exhibited by Carter Cornegie. Third place, exhibited by Xavier Ferris. Fourth place went to Casey Tulos. And fifth place went to Caden Kinder-Worthington. Sixth will be Isabella Delago. We'll now bring in those first and seconds and select champion reserve late spring heifer calf.
Well, as we bring this first division of Shorthorn Plus cattle to a close here, we got an excellent lineup of females. Just two classes, but I think certainly quality is deep within this lineup of cattle here. Just to reiterate and to talk about them, the red heifer that wins the first class, I know she might look a little small in the context of this particular ring here, but I actually think she's really awfully realistic in terms of her performance profile. For July heifer, I think she's the right size. You go out and look at your keeper heifers back home, I'm sure this heifer wouldn't be out of bounds. What I liked about that heifer was she was quite a bit more honest in her condition, and maybe one that, frame size I think projects to be a little bit more appropriate long term. Female that we get behind the cattle is a little deceptive because she's so long and extended up front. I didn't anticipate her to be quite as square from hooks to pins as she is. Now, she's obviously a little bit more immature out here today. One maybe we could just, tidy up and make just a little stouter in terms of her foot shape and lay her back just ever so slightly up front. But, boy, that's a heifer. It's got a bright future in front of her. Talked about the heifer, the one class, too. I really like this one. She's got that stout hind leg, and she plants it with so much conviction here. Talked about her being one that I think her better days are ahead of her. Obviously, on a heifer calf class, we got a lot of the time left in production here till those cattle get out and start making a name for themselves. And this female looks like, from from a condition standpoint, she was more appropriate than the heifer that was in second. I would like to stouten her up just a little bit in the feature to her jawline and give her more of that kind of cow look, just studying her up through her front end. The heifer that was second in that class, tremendous amount of body and mass, maybe just a little quick for my taste, but a heifer that had quite a bit of quality. So I think it's a close decision for reserve, but I'm going to go ahead and keep both heifers out of Class 2 together. They're going to be our champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your Simbra ring. Your champion of that division goes to back number 60462, Keely Whitaker, and reserve to Avery Rendon. Back over here in the Shorthorn ring, we have the results of your first division. Champion was exhibited by Stetson Reedy and reserve to Carter Cornegie. Now in the ring is Class 5 early spring heifer calves.
Well, another good class of Shorthorn Pluses over here. I like the top pair awfully well. They feature trade-offs in terms of their advantages. I think that's what makes it tough. And so, if you like the heifer and second better, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. I landed on the female that's just accompanied with more genuine width. Primarily, if we study her out of the backside of her shoulder, she's got more outer projection to the base of her forerib. That trend continues in just to the wider, stouter pin set, and I think she studies with more just actual shape to her quarter, particularly since she's also more leaner in terms of her make as well. Now, I'd like to change her a little bit. I think that she's maybe a little low in her pin set and a little short hip relative to her length of body. Female maybe didn't just tie her shoulder on quite as smooth, but I like the power, I like the freshness, I like the condition that she's presented in here today. It's hard to miss the heifer here from the side in second. Boy, she can really cast a pose here that is just captivating. The sleekness to her head and neck is very ladylike. I think her shoulder just seamlessly fits onto the front side of her forerib there. And then a heifer that's really broody in the sweep to her bottom line. I like the levelness of top that she's got there and where her tail head sets into her. Since she's so good looking from the side, it's understandable she's not blessed with quite as much width. She maybe wants to come in at her knee, and then we get behind the cattle, she'll really taper and play out. Female, maybe we can lean up just a titch for my particular preference here. Heifer that winds up in the 3-hole is a very balanced replacement. I think that heifer is actually more honest in her condition than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I like the depth that she has to her heart relative to her condition. She's sound on her feet and legs. I think her best days will be in production. I think she really looks like a cost-efficient replacement. Probably just not quite as sharp and sleek up through her front end, not as chiseled out as the pair of cattle that stand directly in front of her. I like the real power of the heifer that comes in fourth. Boy, this female is one that is bowled up high, got a big top, and she follows suit from behind, just really expresses a lot of mass all the way throughout, particularly considering that's the leanest heifer in the lineup, and she's definitely the heaviest muscle. That's a cool combination. I just wish she could handle it a little bit better. Female, it's a little straighter off either end of her skeleton and consequently more abbreviated in her step. Then the heifer, the closest to the class, another really broad pin female, female that certainly still strong in terms of her top line. A little coarser in the feature to her hock, a heifer that maybe we could give more depth of body to give her that practical look that we're after from the side.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. Results of Class 5. First place was exhibited by Reagan Easton of Bethany, Illinois with SSSL Main Attraction 148. Second place was exhibited by Miller Smith. Third place exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas. Fourth place was exhibited by Radley Eisenhower. And fifth place was exhibited by Maggie Bass. Now coming into the ring is Class 6 Early Spring Heifer Calves. Back over in the Simbra ring, we have the results of Class 13, first place, exhibited by Madison Rutledge of Covington, Texas, with TP3 Chocolate. Second place was exhibited by Stockton Lightfoot, and third place, Colt Richer. Now in the ring is Class 14, Simbra heifers born May, June of 2020. Well, congratulations back over here in ring one. Results of class 14. First place exhibited by Bailey Buzzard of Victoria, Texas with Miss Cricket. Second place was exhibited by Haley Hackett with Smith McCary Roxy 52H. Third place exhibited by Stockton Lightfoot. And fourth place exhibited by Paisley Rendon. Now bring in your first and seconds. Our judges will select their chain reserve intermediate heifers. Congratulations, your champion intermediate heifer goes to back number 60474, Bailey Buzzard of Victoria, Texas, and reserve champion in that division will go to back to number 60472, Haley Hackett. We'll now bring in class 15. This will be your final class, December heifers, born March to April of 2020.
One other really good class of Shorthorn Pluses over here, and the female that comes to the front, she does so pretty handily. This one's got a really great look here from the side. I like the altitude and the height, the shoulder that she has. And for a female that's got quite a bit of stature, it's downright impressive that she's still just so deep in her heart and sweeps back with that broody underline that we're after. When we get behind the cattle, I think she got more than enough width for a female at this stage of the game as well. For a March heifer, I think she's awfully big, or maybe one that we'd like to maybe tone back just a little bit in terms of her birth date and performance profile there. But still think she's the highest quality one, even though I think she's maybe doesn't fit her age quite as well. Heifer that comes in the two-hole here is one that I think's got a great cow look to her. I like the feet and legs of that female. She's loose structured, really gets out, takes a big athletic step here. Kind of hurts her the fact that she's short-tailed. It makes her look a little lower fronted than what I think she actually is. If I could change her, I'd just like to intensify her in terms of her stoutness, or maybe we could sleek her up just a little bit up through her front end, but that's a good second place heifer here. I entertain switching the pair because I read more power and perhaps maybe even a little bit more breeding ability in the heifer that comes in second or third. That heifer is bold-bodied, really elevated in terms of where her chest floor sits up into her. I like the sweep she's got to her bottom line, and I forecast that heifer with enough power to really generate the next generation. For my taste, I just like to dial her back ever so slightly in the angle to her shoulder blade there. Because she's a little upright, you'll notice her shoulder, her neck maybe projects just a little low up front when she gets on the go. Heifer that comes next in the four-hole, a female that balances up with a tremendous amount of quality from the side, got a great tailhead that caps off a neat top line there. Heifer that's still really long and extended up through her front end. From my vantage point, I read her just to be a little posty in the way she kind of drives her hock here to the surface. In combination with being just a little high in her flank, I just don't think she's quite as practical as the cattle that stand directly in front of her. I like the power, the kind of the red and white heifer that comes next. Her best view is from behind because that's where she shows off that big, massive top and all that dimension she's got from behind as well. For me, she looks tailor-made to really cater to kind of a club calf scenario. From my vantage point, for my personal preference, she's not as ladylike in the lay to her shoulder and her head shape there. Maybe could make her just a little bigger and later maturing to fit my personal taste. Then the heifer that closes this particular class, another one that's got a great balanced look from the side. Her proportions are exceptional. Length of body relative to her height to length ratio, right on target, got some sweep down low. Get behind the cattle. I couldn't convince myself there's enough just real punch underneath that high quality hair coat. A female that wants to pull in at her hock and maybe play out just a nickel from behind.
Well, congratulations. In Class 6, first place exhibited by back number 50269, Alyssa Albrecht with Saul ST and Limited Dreams 1311 JET. Second place was exhibited by Faye Smith. Third place went to Casey Toulos. Fourth place was exhibited by AJ Show Cattle. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Harley Holman. And sixth place was exhibited by Shane Carlisle. Now coming into the ring is Class 7 Early Spring Heifer Calves. Well, congratulations in your final division over here in your Simbra Heifer Show. Your champion will go to back number 60478, Hagen Cattle Company of Yoakum, Texas, with Hagen Destiny 55H. Reserve in that division goes to back number 60477, Hallie Hackett with Smith McCary, Look at Me Dixie. Third place went to Paisley Lightfoot. Fourth place exhibited by Colt Richard. And fifth place exhibited by Emily Birch. We are now going to bring in all of your champion reserves over here in our Simbra Heifer Show. Our judges will be selecting their grand and reserve grand champion, Simbra Female. For those of you sitting in the stands, please put your hands together and thank our judges today, Mr. Shane Bedwile and Kyle Perez.
We got a great class of Shorthorn Pluses out here. The heifer that wins. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to find her. I'm going to try to be quick, but I just got to brag on this heifer. It's just organization of skeletal build. She's just so elite in terms of her skeletal makeup, and then just got that striking look here from the side. You know, she's probably not a powerhouse, but her structure and look is so elite. I think she's just tailor-made to really click on a powerful sire. I think that one's awfully good. It's really close for me between 2 and 3, and I went back and forth. There's obviously more mass and just depth of body to date, and just bone work, and maybe the heifer that ends up here in second. I like the spread that she's got to her rear toe, the stoutness in terms of her hoof wall. You know, she's a little odd to me. I like the length of hip that she has, and I think that helps her get out and catch her step every time, even though I don't know if she maybe just uses her hock with quite as much flex. Boy, her neck just comes so high out of the top side of her shoulder, and that sweep to her bottom line really gives her a great balanced look. She splays out just a little bit up front. I think this is predicated by the fact she's just a little vertical in the set to her shoulder. The red heifer that comes in third, I probably think this heifer matches her birth date, maybe the best out of any of the cattle in this class. She's the most honest in terms of her condition, and because of that, I think those two things in concert give her a pretty bright future. Heifer that, pretty powerful when we get behind the cattle relative to the amount of condition that she has. She's one that maybe gets just a little lower fronted as an individual. Heifer that I'd maybe could just wants to toe out just a little bit up front. Heifer that comes next in the 4-hole, big, performance-driven. Boy, she's got a tremendous amount of capacity, and then still one that's really cocky in terms of her next set. That combination, I think, is really tough to put together. You know, we get behind the cattle. I'd like to see her just more organized. She'll kind of toss that hind leg a little wide for my taste. I'm a little worried as a bred as she might start to get outside of herself. Yellow heifer that completes the class is one that's presented pretty honest in her condition. Boy, this one just effortlessly hits her step every time. I like that about that particular female. One that's pretty square in her pin set and actually got some dimension. We get behind the cattle. I wish she used her hock with just a little bit more flex. I think she catches her step, but more than anything, she's just not quite as practical in the way that her shoulder connects onto her forerib.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 7, early spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 50279, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Tyler DeGroot. Third place exhibited by Caitlin Snyder. Fourth place exhibited by Esco Shorthorn Farms. And fifth place was exhibited by Mabry Wharton. We'll now bring in your first and seconds over here in Ring 2. Select an early spring heifer calf champion.
Well, as we kind of conclude this division over here in our Shorthorn Plus show, if you folks won't mind, please help me congratulate these exhibitors with a big round of applause. Yeah, I think we got three good class winners out here. You know, the Heifer that wins the first class, I think, is without question the most powerful in terms of her make. I think she's really wide skeleton, bold in terms of her cage, and then got a big square pin set into her relative to being the leanest heifer in the lineup in terms of condition. I like that combination. Now, since she's one that is chock full of all that dimension, it's pretty understandable that she's maybe not the most ladylike the way she ties everything together. You know, the longer she stands, she maybe wants to deviate a little bit there in her right behind her shoulder and get a little low in her pin set. Got a little bit more just a width, a base up there to her frontal base width, and maybe just can make her a little bit more feminine. But that's a powerhouse that I think certainly can really play a big role in terms of a breeding program. Heifer that wins the second class, this one's awfully good, and I really like the cow look that she has. Relative to the heifer that stands behind her, I appreciate that she's got more depth of jaw, and I think she gauges just a little wider. We get directly in front of the cattle. Consequently, she's got more outer turn to the base of her forerib, and then she's a female to me that I think's really long and smooth in her muscle pattern for still being one that's pretty wide. I mentioned her in class. I think she's getting pretty big for a heifer calf at this stage. I'd maybe like to see her just a little bit more realistic in that regard. And with that extra altitude and height, the shoulder, she's maybe just a little upright in her shoulder, but still awfully good to be that tall fronted. Her height to length ratio is just really impressive. Heifer that wins the next class, talked about her. She's one that's just so elegant in the way she puts herself together. You know, I think that sometimes on these show cattle anymore, one of the structural ailments I think we really have a tough time, getting around in the cattle industries. We got a lot of these. We want to make them tall-fronted, so to do that, we accomplish that feat by making them a little straighter in their shoulder and knee. And this heifer's curvature to her front knee and the reach and the athleticism that she operates out of her front skeleton is just really elite relative to the world. She's one that's still got a great sweep to her bottom line there. Really good looking up through her front end. I love the skeletal makeup of her. You know, I'd like to stouten the feature to her jaw up and maybe just a little wider. But, boy, like I said, I think she's one that's really going to click to a powerful sire there. And she's just a mate is about as good as what you can make him. So excellent lineup out here. I think it's maybe a little closer for reserve, but I like the heifer out of Class 3 the best. She's going to be our champion. We're going to follow Class 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion early spring heifer calf goes to back number 50279, Aben Cruella 1012 JET, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur. And reserve in that division goes to back number 50269, Saul ST and Limited Dreams 1311 JET, exhibited by Alyssa Obrack. We'll now bring in Class 10 junior heifer calves.
Well, what an outstanding class we got over here. I'll tell you, folks, I've got just an absolutely terrible poker face. I've had so much fun out here. I know it's a little different. My nephews have started showing now, and I know being outside ringside and watching your young folks out here showing can be very nerve-wracking. And I'm just having the time of my life because these cattle are so elite. They're so good, and then obviously there's so many different types and kinds. You can certainly justify doing whatever you like. I'll just try to describe the differences that I see. The heifer that leads off to me, I think, is a little sounder in terms of the way she uses her hock and in terms of her pasturing as well. I think she's a little bit more accurate in her step. I read that heifer to be just a little smoother in terms of her make, a little longer in the way that her muscle stretches onto her framework. And I like the fact that she's more ladylike and the broodiness that she's got that sweep to her bottom line there. Now, if I could change her, I'd like to intensify her just in terms of her stoutness of bone. She is one that kind of achieved that height, the shoulder that she has. Maybe she's just a little upright, but I think that heifer is still very sound relative to the world. I think the heifer that comes in second just gauge wider at the ground, and her biggest advantage is she's just way stouter in terms of her foot size, her bone, really wider there through her chest. She's also just a little cleaner there in her jawline and her throat latch. I think her neckline certainly a little nicer there. She's one to me that maybe kind of duck her pin to kind of swing to catch her step, and then a heifer that maybe just with all that power doesn't move just quite as athletic. But boy, that's a great pair of heifers in the top end of that class. The cattle that are 3 and 4, I really wish the entire class was maybe this size and this times of condition. I think these cattle are really honest in terms of just where they're at from a performance standpoint, and probably condition-wise, they're a little bit more my speed. I read more bone and stoutness in the heifer that stood in third. I think she collectively just has a more authoritative drive to her hind leg. She's also deeper in her heart and maybe just balances up just a nickel better here from the profile. Now, she is starting to cake up just a little bit there around the base of her tail head. A female maybe that doesn't have quite that extra width and punch of the cattle that stand in front of her. Heifer that comes in fourth is very deceptive. I'll tell you what, young man, you got one that's going to be fun long term because your heifer is really long and extended up through her front end, very clean in her throat latch. Buddy, you got your heifer the best in terms of condition. She's the most honest for the long term. And when you get behind the cattle, that heifer is really bowled up high, dimensional from behind as well. I wish she maybe had a little more spread to her rear toe and make her a little bit more durable in her foot shape, but I think, Bud, you're going to have fun with that heifer when she gets to be a bred. She's going to be a tough one to get along. Heifer that comes next in 5, this one can really strike a pose from the profile. I think that the length of body, the depth of rib, and the strength of top line that she has is very impressive. We make cattle that long and deep, boy, they usually get soft-topped, and this one pulls together herself with some composure out here. I just like to exchange that extra frame size that she has for a little bit more skeletal width to probably just give her a little more cowy look. Female that stands directly behind her, the blue heifer, female that I like in terms of the bone work that she has. I think she's one that's really got some moderation of frame size. I think she's going to be the right size as a mature cow, starting to project her out in production there. She's one that maybe doesn't balance up quite as symmetrical from chest to flank. I think that heifer is another one that's starting to cake up with a little extra white tissue as we study her through her lower body. Heifer that closes the class, a strong top. Another one that's I like the frame size that she has here. I like the angle her neck shoots out the top side of her blade as well. She's a little uncoordinated in the way she goes from behind. I'd like to just give her more depth of heel and a more durable set to her foot.
Well, congratulations in Class 10 Junior Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 50289, CF Mona Lisa 136, Primo XCT, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett. Second place was exhibited by Keegan Steck. Third place exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson. Fourth place went to Case Glacier. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Dawson Barnett. Sixth place exhibited by Maggie Potter. And seventh place exhibited by Abigail Green. Now coming in the ring will be Class 11 Junior Heifer Calves.
Well, what a class of Shorthorn Plus cattle we got out here. This heifer that wins, boy, she is one that I'm just enamored with here from the profile. I think if I try to draw a picture of what I think a show heifer needs to look like, I don't know if I've got the hand talent or the creativity to put together a silhouette that looks this good. This one is so clean and extended up through her neckline. You know, her chest is like 2 inches higher than what her midrib is. And then when we get behind the cattle, you know, for is that silhouette that she's got from the side, it's really impressive just how big and square her pin set is. The amount of dimension that she has from behind is awfully impressive too. You know, I think this one's a really elite breeding piece. Now, if I could change her, I'd like to just redesign her shoulder. She'll kind of wing out at the point of her shoulder blade, and then maybe, you know, she's so athletic out of her hind leg. I mean, she takes a big, stout, authoritative drive there from behind, but maybe isn't quite the same suit up front, but that heifer's still very sound relative to the world, and boy, she's going to be fun to breed on. That's a really cool one to get started with here. Heifer that comes in second is probably the most composed in the lineup. I think that the edge of her shoulder blade flows back more seamlessly into the front side of her forerib, and then she just so sweep back with that broody look there to her midrib. I like her hind leg awfully well, too. You know, from my vantage point, I'd like to just tone her back in terms of condition. She's got just a little extra white tissue on her, relative to probably being more modest in terms of her true skeletal width. Female that resides in the third hole here, probably another one that's a little big for my taste. Female that, you know, maybe we could just be a little more realistic in terms of her performance. I like the extra spring of rib that she has compared to the heifer in front of her. She takes a big step, really pretty cool there through her throat latch as well. She's maybe one that's just not quite as nice in her top line. She'll kind of duck her pins to catch her step every time. Ever so slightly, she'll deviate right out of the backside of her shoulder and kind of roll up in her loin. Heifer that comes next, I think got all the hallmarks of a great cow. I make that call because the deep-sided female is certainly accompanied with some fleshy knees. I think her structure looks like it's going to be very conducive to holding up long, tall. You know, I just think on the end of a halter, she's a little bit more generic in her look up front, particularly in this good-looking lineup of cattle that she kind of ran into here. Red heifer, the closest of the class, is honest in her condition. I like the fact that she's got some stature, and particularly the fact that it comes with, primarily in the form of height to shoulder, really cocky in her neck set, a female that's got some squareness to her pins we get behind the cattle. I'd like to see her just a little bit more organized in terms of her hip and hind leg posture, a heifer that maybe could be bellied down, not only just to give her that practical look, but to help balance her up just a little bit from the side.
Well, congratulations in Class 11. First place will get a back number 50297, CF Mona Lisa Primo 115 XET, exhibited by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. Second place went to back number 50299, exhibited by Alyssa Obrecht. Third place exhibited by Taylor Frazier. Fourth place was exhibited by Eli Matthews. And fifth place exhibited by Meredith Behrens. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and we'll be selecting a champion reserve out of your junior heifer calf division.
Well, got a great division here, Shorthorn Plus heifers. I want to extend my compliments to these exhibitors. We just had 3 heifers in this lineup that are outstanding in terms of quality. If you don't mind, let's give these students a big round of applause. You know, we had a really close decision. I was confronted with one of those coin flip pairs in this first class here. Thought the heifer that I elected to lead off was a little broodier in the sweep to her bottom line. Thought she used her hind leg with maybe just a little bit more flex built into her hock there, and I like the fact that she's maybe just a little smoother all the way throughout. Heifer in second was slimmer and just sleeker there through her neck, and considerably just stouter in terms of her foundation. I thought that was a great pair of cattle there, one you could go either way. I elected to lead the one I thought was just a shade more maternal out here. You know, relative to the heifer that stands behind her, She's probably one that's just not quite as tricked out and extended up through her front end, maybe not quite as chiseled out in her throat latch, but boy, that one's got the makings to be an excellent cow there. It's always refreshing to see these heifers have got kind of a seed stock balanced look that still look like they're going to be great cows in production. I think this heifer certainly fits that bill. Talked about the heifer that won the second class here. She's one that just so elegant from the side. I like just the extra extension that she has, the sweep to her bottom line. Still one to be, maybe even though she's not just the stoutest in the feature to her jawline, she's got a big stout hind leg there, and she really gets out and takes a big athletic step out of her rear skeleton. Get behind the cattle, she's got just probably more natural muscle shape than the heifer that stands in front of her, particularly since she's leaner and more honest in terms of her condition. She's not perfect. We talked about her being maybe just a little rounder in her shoulder and maybe splaying out up front just a tick, but none of them are, and I think that one's got the pieces are just the hardest to assemble and one that's really going to be a fun breeding piece. So 3 excellent heifers in this lineup. I'm going to use Class 2 for champion. We're going to follow Class 1 for reserve.
Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion goes to back number 50297, CF Mona Lisa Primo 115X. ET exhibited by Houston Free of Sullivan, Indiana. And reserve champion will go to back number 50289, CF Mona Lisa 136 Primo X ET, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett. Now bringing Class 14 winter heifer calves.
We got a nice kind of replacement heifer to get started off with in this class. She's one that's really sleek in her silhouette that she cast here from the side. I like just the length and just the femininity that she's got there to her neck. A very refined heifer that's still got some length of body, and I think very appropriate in terms of the depth to her midrib that she portrays at this particular time. Got a functional set to her hind leg. From my vantage points, if I could make her even better, I'd give her just a fraction more bone to kind of match her up high. She's maybe carrying just a little extra condition on her, and that maybe compromises her balance ever so slightly. There is more feature in the heifer that stands in second, and she's also just got more stature. And I like the fact that that primarily comes in the form of just more height to shoulder. Heifer that height to length ratio balances up in a very symmetrical fashion. Female for me that if we get behind the cattle, I just like to broaden her up, a nickel in her pin set. She'll kind of pull in at the point of her hock and expose the fact that she's just not blessed with as much natural width. Without question, the most powerful heifer in the lineup stands in third. This one, when we get behind the cattle, is really bold sprung, projects just so much power from every single angle that you get to. When you dial around from a three-quarter shot, you just see that her shoulder maybe isn't quite as smooth and feminine as what I term to be ideal. More than anything, I'd like to redesign her in terms of her structure. Kind of the long, narrow-toed heifer here is one that gets a little bit, just tighter structurally off either end of her skeleton.
Congratulations in Class 14. First place went to Sol Sweet Cherry 0541 HET, exhibited by Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Second place went to Emma Arnett of Brookville, Ohio, with BRKRE Dream Lady S1020ET. And third place in that class, exhibited by Colton Halsey of Red Oak, Oklahoma. Now coming into the ring will be Class 15 Senior Heifer Calves. Well, for those of you just joining us, we'd like to welcome you to the Cattlemen's Congress. We'd like to remind you that the Loft Bar is open above the Jim Norick Arena sign. So if you're here and would like to grab a drink, please be sure to head up to the Jim Norick Arena sign over by the Loft Bar and enjoy a drink here during our Shorthorn show.
Well, we got a good pair of cattle out here, but this is kind of what it's all about. I got two sharp young men out here. They both make good teammates with their heifers. They're doing a good job of showing their cattle. You can tell the kind of fire and intensity that they have. And, showing livestock's fun. It's a great way to kind of promote your genetics, but more than anything, it's about the best vehicle for youth development that we have. And I'll bet you these two young men certainly exemplify that to a high degree. The heifer that I like to lead off with, she is just flat out incredible in terms of her skeletal makeup. I talked about earlier how tough it is to make cattle that have got some height to shoulder but are still pushed back in their blade and knee. This heifer impressively accomplishes that feat, and she just takes such a big, long stride. That heifer is a mile long in terms of the length of body, and she just effortlessly hit her step every time. I really like her feet. Boy, they are big and stout and durable. And the outside of her hoof wall is exceptional there. She catches her step. And when we get behind the cattle, I actually think she's got some spread to her pin as well. The one thing I'm probably just a little leery about is does she have just enough body? She's so long-sided. It's going to be tough for her to just look quite sappy enough as a big bred buddy. But good luck with her. You manage her right. I think she's going to be a handful to get around long-term. Heifer that comes in second, boy, this one is just chock full of power. My favorite view of the kind of the yellow heifer here is when we get behind the cattle, because that's where she shows off that extra expression she's got up high, compliments to the fact that she's bolder sprung and gates wider at the ground. Accounting just for all that extra stoutness that she has, I think that she's one that's really could contribute to a club calf program. Maybe out here in a breeding heifer show, she's just not quite as ladylike in terms of the lay to her shoulder and the feature to her head there. More than anything, I'd like to see her just looser structured and just more durable in her foot shape.
Well, congratulations in Class 15 Senior Heifer Calves. First place will go to back number 50306. GR Slim Sydney, exhibited by Kaiserdale Will of Anita, Iowa. And second place in that class was exhibited by back number 50305, Colton Halsey of Red Oak, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those first and seconds in and select a champion reserve out of your senior heifer calf division.
Well, we got a great pair of class winners representing this particular division here. I'm very pleased with these cattle. If you don't mind, let's give these students a big round of applause. Yeah, I think this is a kind of a thought-provoking decision because we got cattle on opposite sides of the spectrum here. The black heifer that wins the first class has certainly got just a broodier image here from the profile. She's deeper in her heart. She just got an easier fleshing look. I think that her frame size projects to be kind of more in line where I'd like to see it just from a mature cow standpoint. And boy, it's fun showing heifers, but in the end, we got to kick them out and make them work in a forage-based environment. I think this heifer's the safer bit to accomplish that goal and to have some longevity in production. And then she's one that's still so sleek and refined up through her front end. Now, unfortunately, that refinement kind of translates at the ground, and she's one that almost to me, it looks like she's out of a first calf heifer. I don't know her pedigree, but she just doesn't read quite as stout and husky as some of these other cattle we've seen out here. But boy, she is smooth, she's great structured, and she's one that I think has really got a good look to her as well. Heifer that wins the second class, she's got maybe a little bit more upside. I think if she does the right things and kind of continues to progress into her bottom line and kind of realizes that depth of body as a calf, boy, she's one that could be awfully tough to turn because she's just stouter in her framework. She's bigger footed. She's one that's built for the long haul in terms of her skeletal makeup. She's extremely long sided, but that's no problem. She catches her step every time. She's got as good a behind leg as any of the cattle that have crossed through the ring today. And even when we get behind the cattle, she's distinctively leaner than the heifer in front of her, but she's also bigger and stouter up high. It's tough to be heavier muscled and leaner, and she certainly accomplishes that goal. So the question comes, does she just got enough body today? Does she look just far enough along? And maybe is she one that's at an issue there? We could maybe have a tougher time staying in the right kind of rig and production. So, good pair of cattle there, nice pair of seconds as well. I think it's kind of a coin flip for me. I'm going to go ahead and land with the young lady's heifer. She's going to be our champion. The gentleman with the cowboy hat's going to be reserved.
Congratulations in your senior heifer calf division. Champion goes to Salt Sweet Cherry 0541 HGT, exhibited by Devin Frazier, and reserve in that division exhibited by Kaiserdale Will of Anita, Iowa. We're now going to bring in class 19 late spring yearling females. After this class, we will be going into class 22 early spring yearling females.
We got a really good heifer that comes to the top end of this class, one that really exemplifies kind of a maternal image here from the side. Really cocky in the way that her neck is set so high and out of the top side of her shoulder, and then she's one that can certainly strike a pose from their back. I like the length of body that she has, the skeletal strength that she pulls together her top line with. Great sweep to her bottom line. And then, one maybe that compared to the heifer in second, even though she'll pigeon toe maybe just slightly up front, she just got way more reach and range of motion out of her front skeleton there. And she follows suit with a really athletic hind leg there from behind as well. Could tone her back just a nickel in terms of her condition. It's a good one to start with. I like the altitude, the height, the shoulder, the heifer that stands in second. She's really one that from a stature standpoint, I think her height to length ratio is dead on. She's probably a little bit leaner and more honest in her condition. She's a little more cinched up into her heart, but, I gave her a pass because I like the rig that she's presented in, really refined in her teats as well. She's getting a little longer in her rear toe, but more than anything, I just like to dial her back a little bit up through her front end. As a consequence, since she's a little upright, she'll kind of project her neck just a little low out of the front side of her shoulder. Good heifer to stand in second place there. I'd like her frame size and her composition better than the female that resides in third. The third place heifer is just big-bodied, sappy-middled. From a balance standpoint, it's hard to draw them any better. I think everything works together in concert and makes sense in this particular female. Great in terms of stoutness of bone. As stout as she is from the side, it's maybe a little deceptive when we get behind the cattle. I'd like to gauge her wider in her chest floor and just see her, translate more width from their back. Heifer that comes next in the 4-hole here, boy, this one is thick. She might be about as powerful as any of the cattle that have come through the ring today. And what's so impressive about as big and stout as she is that she's, a big framed heifer. Most of the time we get cattle that got this kind of muscle, we got to make them short and compact and bunchy. I think this one looks like she could really, has got a bright future in front of her, kind of making bulls in the next generation here. For a show heifer, her chest to flank doesn't balance up quite as well. I maybe like to give her just a little bit more belly, but oh boy, does that one got a lot of power we get behind the cattle. Heifer that comes next, another one that's certainly deep-sided, very practical in terms of her rib design, in terms of depth of side, got some bone, maybe starting to struggle just a little bit structurally, a little up and down in terms of the angle to her shoulder. Consequently, she's more abbreviated in her step. Another one we could lean up just a little bit. Heifer that closes the particular class, I think, the depth to her heart and midrib is really impressive. I've kind of alluded to the fact that she's got some practicality. I think the fact that she posts such an impressive weight per day of age really confirms that narrative. She gets out and catches her step every time. I'd just like to see her a little stouter in terms of her feature. We get behind the cattle, she'll kind of want to play out and just get a little narrow. Like to maybe trade off some of that extra frame size for a little bit more genuine width.
Well, congratulations in your intermediate heifer division. We have your champion back number 50311, Revere's Lady 5HET, exhibited by Riley German of Ottumwa, Iowa. Reserve in that division goes to back number 50310, ACRC Cindy's Fancy Girl, exhibited by Addison Campbell. Third place in that division will go to back number 50308, exhibited by Tyler DeGroot. Fourth place was exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by JC Tweeting. And sixth place in that class is exhibited by Sean Bays. We're now going to bring into the ring class 22 early spring yearling females.
Well, we got three excellent heifers that kind of come to the top end of this particular class. It's kind of dealer's choice. They're all three excellent. I think they're all great quality. Probably just depends on what your breeding objectives are and what you're trying to accomplish back home for which one you like the best. I'll just try to describe the differences that I see, and you folks can make the decision that you feel like is the most appropriate. You know, the black heifer to me is the one that just looks the most maternal, probably looks the most like a cow. Now, she's, pretty big, maybe going to require an environment that has got a little bit more forage and input there. But, boy, she's got a great sweep down low, a tall-fronted heifer that's still really proportional in her height-to-length ratio. I like the shape to her head, there's her muzzle, the depth to her jaw, and she kind of translates that cow look from their back. Really long and smooth in her muscle pattern. For me, I'd like to maybe upgrade her just a little bit in her foot shape. She's starting to kind of get just a little curl-toed there and maybe give her a little more spread to her hind feet there. But I think that's a nice heifer that's just got such a good look here from the profile. I highly entertain starting the heifer in second because I think she is better footed. She's stouter in her hind leg. I really like the conviction she plants her hock with there. Big fan of her udder. Boy, she's got really refined teat work as well. I wanted to call her just a little leaner and more honest in her condition, but she is maybe natural, just a little high in terms of her heart, but I think she's got enough for the level of condition she has on her. I just like to dial her back a little bit up through her front end. She'll project her neck just a shade low and maybe could be stoutened up in her jawline, but boy, that one's a powerhouse from behind that still balances up well from the profile. Awful good heifer to come here in second. Heifer that comes in third makes a strong play to start. Boy, she's really cocky in her neck set. I like the depth of body. Maybe the most progressive in terms of her bone work, in terms of stoutness as well. She's a little just deceptive. When we get behind the cattle, I don't think she's got quite as much natural thickness. She walks at such just an athletic pace. Boy, she really goes fast. I think maybe more than anything else. I wasn't really exactly blessed with D1 athletics, if you can believe that, despite my stunning physique. But this heifer definitely is a lot longer striding and can walk a lot faster than I can, so I compliment her for that. But since she kind of tempos up and goes at such an aggressive pace, at times she'll kind of knuckle her pasturing. But more than anything, I just wish she maybe matched the bone work that she had with more foot size and maybe a little bit more thickness through her mention of her quarter. Heifer that comes next, a female that's very refined and feminine in her make. I like the smoothness that she has, catches her step really effortlessly, probably got more spread to her toe than the pair cattle maybe that stand in front of her, and I like the refinement to her head and neck. She's a little low in her pin set and in combination with being high in her twist, and that combo maybe throws her weight distribution off just ever so slightly. I'd like to see that heifer just a little stouter when we get behind the cattle. Nothing to take away from the black heifer that comes next. The fleshing ability, the body, and just the easy keeping look that she portrays, I think is never going to go out of style, particularly we start talking about production here. She's one that maybe will kind of drop out in her chest on her go. She too maybe pulls that hind leg underneath her, and those two things in concert maybe compromise her balance ever so slightly. The red heifer that completes this particular class, probably a nickel stouter than the heifer that stands in front of her. I like her combination of being moderate framed and long body because she still accomplished a pretty good performance profile. Chest to flank probably could balance up just a little bit better, maybe just a nickel quick in terms of maturity pattern, but a good heifer to close this class.
Congratulations in Class 22. First place went to back number 50324, PVSS DDF Demi 6H Primo ET, exhibited by Joshua Vatchell of Valley City, North Dakota. Second place was exhibited by Harley Sargent. Third place went to Ethan Davies of Bowling Green, Ohio. Fourth place was exhibited by Helen Spears. Fifth place exhibited by Dason Cash. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Caden Alexander. We're now going to bring in Class 25 Junior Yearling Females.
Well, really got an elite heifer to kind of lead this lineup out here. Boy, she is one that, we talked about earlier, these kind of cattle that, sometimes we really chase some of those show heifer traits and we kind of forget about making these things females and cows first. And this is one that I think is a nice show heifer, but I truly believe she'll be a better cow. She's one that just is so easy doing. The depth to her heart is really elite, and then she sweeps sprack, so broody in her bottom line. Boy, she's athletic in terms of her skeletal makeup. She's got a little extra condition on her, but it doesn't impede her in terms of her structure. She really gets out here, takes a long step. I like the refinement to her teats here. She's one that if I could change her just probably compositionally, she's getting a little narrow and maybe a little greasy in terms of her condition for my taste, but that one certainly got some bright future in front of her, and I think she's going to look good kicked out on grass. Heifer that comes next in the 2 holes, moderate in her frame, and I admire that about her. A heifer that's really strong and composed in her top line as well. Her chest to flank maybe doesn't balance up as well as the cattle that precede her in this particular lineup, and then the horn heifers maybe one we could just make a little bit more durable in her foot shape. Red heifer, the close of the class, really round and bold in her rib cage. I think the spring to the upper part of her rib design is very impressive. And then for a heifer that's still pretty honest and bold in terms of her condition there, still gets out here and catches her step every time. She's probably a little bit more in her working clothes than maybe a couple of the other cattle that have been blessed with more hair today. But I think that heifer, in terms of her lines, reads with quite a bit of quality. Maybe relative to some of these other cattle, she's not as attractive in the set and the feature to her hock. A heifer that's a little deeper in her sternum relative to her flank line.
Well, congratulations in your final division here in your Shorthorn Plus show. First place goes to back number 50331, Samantha Van Voris, with CFNB Demi 024 Primo XCT. And reserving that division will go to back number 50329, exhibited by Abigail Green. Third place in that class, exhibited by Evan Endres. At this time, we are going to bring in all of your champion reserves out of our Shorthorn Plus show this afternoon, so our judge can select his Supreme and Reserve Supreme champion here in your Shorthorn Plus show.
Well, top to bottom, this has just been an outstanding set of cattle, and boy, it's been remarkable in some points here. Some of the depth of these classes. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, can we give these exhibitors a big round of applause? You know, first, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to come out here and get to judge. This has been a very humbling experience. The cattle have been just so good, and I'll tell you that, you know, from my vantage point, you know, lots of times we get cattle this good, it's just going to come down to personal preference. There's a reason they make, you know, 30-some different flavors of ice cream, and that's because not everybody likes the exact same thing. And we get some of these out here, you can certainly justify doing a lot of different things. And I know that there's a lot of you folks standing ringside that are way better evaluating cattle than I am, and if you don't believe me, look how good these heifers are. You are the folks that bred them. You're the ones that put them together. Clearly, you guys know what you're doing. So I'm not going to try to tell you that I'm the authority and this is the way that it has to go. All I've tried to do is explain the differences that I see. And you know what I love about showing cattle, and I love particularly about showing females, is that everybody in this ring has got an opportunity to go prove me wrong. Go home, make them cows, raise one that next generation that you know, can really have an impact on your breeding program and make an impact there. And that's the best way to do it. And that's the way that you succeed at life. You know, not by kicking buckets or throwing a fit, by working hard and proving somebody wrong that way. And I think there's a set of females in this ring that are really going to have a big impact on the Shorthorn breed here in the next couple years, and I really believe that. So I just want to talk about a few of them just for a moment here that I think are in contention. There's a lot of good cattle out here, but there's a couple of them I want to kind of maybe just elucidate and draw just a little bit more kind of a finer points on. You know, we talked about the heifer that won that second division out here, and she's one that I just think is so organized in her skeletal makeup. You know, from the side, the angle to her shoulder blade, the curvature that she's got built into her knee enables her to really be square in her footwork up front, and then from there back, that heifer is loose in her spine. I really like her hind legs. She takes a big athletic step, and I think maybe compared to a couple of the other cattle out here, tracking away from me might be where my favorite view is. From pin hock to ground, she's square and in alignment within of her skeleton, very accurate in terms of her step, and then we talked about from the side, boy, that's a killer look. She's one that's really nice. Now, I maybe could just gauge her a little wider and make her just a nickel stouter in her feature. You know, that comes with the territory, just being that elite built. She's one that I think is going to be a lot of fun to campaign, and I like the condition and the rig that she's in. She's so composed and so elite in terms of her makeup. You know, I think she's one that's certainly going to have a bright future in front of her. The heifer that stands directly behind her is one that, you know, I think is another one that from the profile, I'm just enamored with how good looking she is. Her neck is a mile long. Her throat latch, her neck set, and her neckline is really clean and chiseled out. And then for a female that's just so extended, the sweep to her bottom line is impressive. And I'd say that she's probably not the stoutest in the feature to her jawline, but her foot and bone work sure is. She's got a ton of it. And I actually think that, you know, I like the stoutness to her outer hoof wall, maybe a little better than the heifer I just previously discussed. I think she's a little wider in her pin set. You know, from the side, she takes a big, long, athletic step out of her hind skeleton there. Maybe not quite as square as the heifer in front of her, but, you know, considering the mass that she has, it's extraordinary. You know, I talked about her. She's a little full today, so maybe her spine isn't just perfect, but if I could change her, really the one thing I'd like to alter is just her shoulder shape. She kind of wings out just a little bit at the edge of her shoulder blade there and maybe closes up a nickel up high. But boy, that heifer's awfully good. And I talk a lot about structure, and sometimes I maybe sound a little hypercritical. And so, you know, it might be me like saying that the kid that's going to win the Big 12 track and field championship isn't quite Usain Bolt. You know, this heifer's really good structured, maybe just not quite as elite as the heifer in front of her. She's still very, very sound and still one that's put together awfully impressive. And for me, you know, not just the way I try to look at it, I think structure can be a sliding scale. I don't expect a 180-pound, you know, I'm not expecting a 300-pound lineman to be as fast as a 180-pound cornerback, if that makes sense. The more width, the skeleton we're going to put on them, we need to take that into account when we start talking about the way these things are built. That one is really, really unique and probably puts together the pieces that are really hard to assemble from a breeding program. And I think that's one thing I like to keep in mind. Each of these heifers represent a breeding program, and which one maybe was the toughest one to assemble. Then the last one I want to discuss that I think is just really elite structured is this heifer out of the last class here. You know, I think she's one that I always think that, you know, if everybody goes home and tries to replicate a female, how are we going to make better cattle? And I look at this heifer, and she's one that she's not tricked out. She's not overwhelming for power. She's not, you know, chiseled out up front like maybe a couple of those other heifers. But if everybody went home and tried to make cattle this kind of structure, this kind of practicality, and this kind of basic build, I truly believe we would progress the cattle industry because she does a lot of things awfully, awfully good. It's refreshing to find a big time show heifer that still looks like she's got the hallmarks to make it as a good cow. Now, I almost feel a little bad for her because I can tell she's pretty easy doing. As an easy doing fellow myself, it's tough to manage us, you know. So she's got a little bit extra condition caked up there around her tailhead, and maybe that detracts a little bit from her look as an individual. But I think that that's only going to bode well for her in production. More than anything, I'd probably just like to gauge her just a little wider when we get behind the cattle. So excellent female there. There's 3 of them I like, and a really strong lineup. I think you could go a lot of different ways. Folks, I'm going to go ahead and look at them one more time. Let's give them a big round of applause, and thanks again for the opportunity to sort your cattle.
Your grand champion, Shorthorn Plus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, Houston Faree Sullivan, Indiana, with CF Mona Lisa Primo 115XET. And your reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus female, goes to Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with Aben Cruella 1012JET. Once again, congratulations to our Shorthorn Plus female exhibitors. We will get started with your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. We'll be starting with Class 1 Late Spring Bull Calves. We're ready to get started with your Cattlemen's Congress Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. We'll be starting with Class 1 Late Spring Bull Calves. We'll be looking for 3 entries in this class.
Well, we got a good trio of bulls to kick things off here, and the bull that leads off, I think, does so pretty handily. This guy's, kind of immature and juvenile in its look, and that's the way he ought to be at this stage of the game. And I think he's got a very bright future in front of him. Man alive, this guy's got a long neck. He's really chiseled out there in his chest, and he's extremely long body. But it's not a problem for him because he's so elite in terms of his structural make. Catches his step every time. Very flexible out of his hock and accurate there from hock to ground. Bull that probably just not quite as far along in terms of depth of body. He's got plenty of time to get there. I think he's presented the most honest in his condition. I like him awfully well. Maybe the bull in second is an upgrade, just a nickel in terms of just stoutness of bone, and he probably also reached just a shade deeper in the set to his heart as well. That bull's maybe just a fraction upright in his shoulder, and consequently, he'll kind of splay out just a little bit up front. The bull that closes this particular class, this guy's got a big hip, a lot of muscle, and he is really powerful up high. I like those attributes of that particular rascal. For me, he's one that maybe has a tougher time carrying all that extra muscle mass. He kind of rounds out of his hip, maybe gets a little coarser in his make. He reads good in terms of his calf and knees figures, but maybe his shoulder would still kind of preclude you from using on first calf heifers.
Well, congratulations in our first division. Your champion goes to back number 50740, TESCC Almighty Seuss 755 JET, exhibited by Mitchell Barros. Reserve in that division, exhibited by Faye Smith. And third place will go to Stepping Stone Ranch. We'll now bring in Class 4 Early Spring Bull Calves.
Well, in the bull show over here, we got a bull that wins in pretty commanding fashion out here. This guy really exemplifies balance to a high degree here from the side. I like the fact that he's pretty cocky in the angle that his neck shoots out of the top side of his shoulder blade there, but he still looks like a breeding bull, and the masculinity he's got to his brow, and he's pretty pronounced in the crest to his neck. Got a good amount of body underneath, but boy, that guy is stout boned, and he's one that just balances up in such a proportional fashion. On paper, he probably isn't a calving ease option, but he's got a lot more growth to back it, so that's a trade-off there. I think that bull wins pretty handily. I probably like that the condition the bull in Secondton just a little better. He's greener and he's a little bit more honest in his shape than the bull that wins the class, and I value that. He also reads like the later maturing bull. It's maybe a little bit more appropriate in terms of just being a little more juvenile to date. He's a little tight in his throat latch, and unfortunately that kind of coincides with him maybe being a little tight in his flank and his heart when we get from there back. A bull that's getting a little stilty out of his front skeleton. Red bull that comes in third, boy, this is a performance-driven bull. It's got a tremendous amount of growth. I like just the power that he has, and he's one that looks like he can transmit some pounds to the next generation. He's another one that looks really masculine and maybe a little out of place in terms of his birth date, but I think a bull that certainly can add some performance in next generation. He's great in terms of his range of motion, even though he's got a little extra set built into his hock. Maybe up high, he's a bull that we see the edge of his shoulder blade start to pop off and maybe just not come as smooth the way that it ties back into his forerib. The white bull that comes next in the forehole is more moderate in his frame size. I think it should make it more conducive to making females. He is one that's pretty round at the base of his forerib, strong in terms of his top line, a little bit more jammed up in terms of just his length up through his front end. I'd like to see him just bigger and stouter in terms of his hoof wall as well. Bull that closes the class, maybe the most expressively muscled bull in the class. He's a really square top bull. Boy, he is just so thick when we get behind the cattle. I like that about him. So it's a little understandable that he's just not equipped with quite the skeletal correctness of the bulls in front of him. A bull that gets a little stout or a little smaller in his foot size and maybe just doesn't release his hock and pasturing with as much flex.
Well, congratulations. Your champion early spring bull calf goes to back number 50407, TSSC BTM Limit Up 1099 JET, exhibited by Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place went to Jordan Eck. Third place was exhibited by Bristol Souls. Fourth place exhibited by Ryan Baker. And fifth place exhibited by Stepping Stone Ranch. We'll now bring in Class 7 Junior Bull Calves.
Well, we're presented with the trio bulls in this particular class. I think there's one that kind of stands out just in terms of depth of body, looking like he's equipped to maybe hold up a little better in terms of a forage-based environment. That's the blue roan bull that starts there. I make that call primarily because he's deeper at the base of his heart and certainly reads with that progression back there to his bottom line that we'd like to see. This guy's really stout boned. He's got a great spread to his rear toe, and he balances up awfully well when we study the cattle here from the side. Maybe one we see we could just sort of power him up just a shade from behind, but I think he's got more than enough. Nice place to start off with here. Bull that comes in second. Another one that certainly appreciate in terms of just the masculinity that he has. He's really got a good crest to his neck and just shape to his brow. Probably not the most advanced in terms of testicles, but he still reads really masculine in his feature. That guy's got plenty of muscle we get behind the cattle as well. He's got maybe just a little extra set built into his hip and to his hock, and that maybe kind of throws his balance off just a little bit here from the side, but a good solid red bull would wind up in that 2 hole. Bull that ends up in 3 probably has a little bit more style from the side. I make that call because he struck me as the longer-bodied, stronger top bull that's particularly leveler from hooks to pins. Also think that guy's maybe got a bigger set of testicles underneath him. I value that about that bull as well. He just gets out of his front end a little bit too upright, and for me, a bull that maybe we could exchange some of that extra frame size for more just true, genuine width.
Congratulations, your junior champion bull will go to back number 50411, SMCK Ralphie 01DRET, exhibited by Caitlin Kruer. And reserve in that division goes to back number 50410, exhibited by Daniel Dewey. And third place in that class, exhibited by Shane Carlisle. Now going to bring in Class 18 early spring yearling bulls.
You've got a good single entry bull in this particular class. And first things first, this guy's not got just the most belly out here, but I actually think he's got plenty of rib, but recognizing just where he's at from a condition standpoint. That guy's got a crease in his quarter. He's really lean over his forerib there. Looks like he's actually been out kind of servicing some cows. And sometimes it gets a little frustrating to me. We see these big show bulls, and they get so fat, they kind of lose that toned-up athlete look that we have. And I think this bull is one that certainly still looks like he's kind of in the right kind of breeding rig. Really big hipped. I like the consistency that he portrays from hooks to pins in terms of squareness. Got a nice look up through his front end as well. Maybe one we could see just take a little longer step up front, but I still think he's more than acceptable there. I like that guy awfully well to win this class. Well, we got a great bull to win this particular class. The Blue Roan sire is one that, phenotypically, boy, he can grab your attention because he's really long and extended up through his front end. It's awful tough to keep big bulls this good chested. His chest is really driven up in him there, and it's still one that's got plenty of body to kind of help him stay in balance from the profile. I like his frame size. For me, I'm a person that, I make a living as a nutritionist and consulting for kind of commercial outfits lots of times, or some of my clientele. And I'll tell you, we want moderate frame cattle that got length of body muscle, because if they're not too tall to make good cows, but they still weigh something. This bull's one that's got plenty of muscle and length that he can still generate performance to the next generation, like the stoutness of bone that he's got. And for being a good-looking rascal, he's still awfully masculine, too. Phenotypically, we talked about him on paper. I like his marbling genetics. He's really in an elite sector of the breed's registration base for marbling, and a bull that consequently has a really good profit predicting figure for dollar feedlot as well. Maybe could level up just a little bit out of his hip. That's a good bull to win this particular class.
Well, we're now going to bring both of your first placings in, and our judge is going to select his champion reserve junior bull.
Well, we got a great pair of junior bulls here in our champion lineup. I like both these bulls awfully well. Just discussed them here. The kind of strawberry roan bull, I really just appreciate him being presented in his honest condition here. For me, when I judge shows, I'm not saying what I do is right, but this is what I try to do. I always try to think, what do the cattle look like in the same shape? We see very vast differences in condition and bloom and flesh. But ultimately, these cattle are all breeding cattle. What's really important is what they contribute to a breeding program and what their sire group is going to look like. So I always try to, kind of adjust in my head these things in comparable condition. And this guy's actually still pretty deep in his heart. He's not quite as sappy in his flank, but I like the fact that, he looks like he's in turnout shape. He's big, square pinned. He's really cocky up front. I actually think he's more masculine than featured his brow and his neck. Bull that comes right behind him there. He's a little up and down in terms of the angle to his shoulder, and I think he's one maybe we could change just a little bit out of his hind leg, but that's an opened up, good-looking bull. It's a really masculine in his feature. The blue bull is one that sure can strike a pose here from the side. I think he certainly would tape awfully impressive in terms of his scrotal circumference. I like the stoutness of bone that he's got underneath. He's probably a bull that's naturally just a little deeper in his flank. A bull for me that as we study him, we could level him up just a little bit out of his hip, and like the bull in front of him, I'd maybe like to see him disperse his weight a little evenly there on his outside tail. He'll maybe kind of want to roll just a little bit on his outside hoof wall. So a good pair of bulls there. Could certainly go either way. I prefer the blue bull myself. We're going to use him for champion. We'll follow up with the strawberry roan for reserve.
Congratulations, your champion junior bull goes to back number 50416, SMCK Jameson, exhibited by Caitlin Crewer, and reserve will go to back number 50415, JC Tweeten. We'll now bring in Class 22 senior yearling bulls.
Well, we got another single entry blue bull here, one that's really shaped up. But this guy has got a tremendous amount of expression from every angle that you look at him. He's got a big square top working in him there, and I think that kind of really gives him some interesting breeding value in this registration base. A bull that's really expressive when we get behind the cattle as well. I like the depth of body, the moderation of frame that he has. You know, for as powerful he is up high, maybe he isn't quite follow suit there at the ground in terms of his bone work, but still think that guy's one that's going to do some interesting things. I'd like to stretch him out of his hip just a little bit, make him a little looser in terms of his skeletal makeup, but a good balance, a heavy muscle bull to win this class. Well, nice kind of bull to win this particular class here. Boy, this guy had probably really impressive in terms of the way he would tape in a scrotal circumference. A big testicle bull here. Like the masculinity he's got at the top side of his neck. A long-sided bull, but still got a lot of muscle. We'll get behind him. There's certainly a tremendous amount of red meat in this particular bull. I like the top shape that he has, the power he has from behind as well. You know, genetically speaking, we take a look at his precursor for birth weight. He's probably not going to be an option for first calf heifers here, but certainly like the power that he portrays. Maybe one on foot we'd like to see maybe just handle his hind leg a little bit more inside of his skeleton. Well, in our senior bull lineup here, we got a pair of single entry bulls out here, but both these guys I think are just chock full of muscle. I'll tell you, it's tough to make Shorthorn Plus cattle that have got this kind of just natural expression and just volume of muscle throughout their skeleton. And both these guys carried over their framework, and you're really excited about what they can do to the next generation. I think that, you know, although both of them have got quite a bit of power, I think the blue bull in the first class is probably naturally a little bit more moderate in his frame. He's maybe just a little deeper sided as an individual, and then the bull that wins the second class perhaps has a little bit more stoutness, a feature at the ground, and just a little bit more length and stretch off either side. You know, both of them we maybe could see maybe just a little bit more limber in terms of their structure. So, you know, got some differences here. I like the bull just a little better out of the first class. We're going to make him our champion and follow with the bull out of class 2 for reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior bull will go to back number 50397, Baker's Sparkle Butt, exhibited by Carolee Baker. And reserve goes to back number 50417, Stepping Stone Ranch. We're now going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves here in our Shorthorn Plus show. And our judge, Mr. John DeClerc, will be selecting his champion and reserve.
Well, as we draw our bull show to a close here, I think we got a great group of potential sires out here. Folks, if you don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Anybody that's ever fed a bull before, or maybe not only necessarily in the show ring, I'll tell you what, it's tough just to keep bulls around. They're good at tearing stuff up. They eat a lot. They're hard on fences. They're hard on equipment. And to show some of these guys, it certainly takes a lot of work. So I commend you, exhibitors, because I know it's really challenging. And it's a great venue to market some of your genetics here. And I think we got a set of bulls out here that are certainly worthy of being used. I talked a little bit about their genetic precursors a little bit here today. I'm a big fan of EPDs myself. I think that it's something that you can use in some operations. Like I said, I'm really blessed in my current job that I get to work with, seed stocks and feedlot and cow-calf stalker guys from around the country. And I've got some of them that I think are as sharp and as impressive as anybody. Some of those guys use no numbers, and some of those guys really believe in it. And so it comes down to kind of your own personal preference. I talked the differences. I didn't really place anything on EPDs here today, but particularly when we're looking at unverified or just mostly pedigree estimates, these are non-parent stock here, so we don't have offspring on the ground. So we don't have just a high degree accuracy, but there's still something to take into consideration. So I think an outstanding set of bulls. I talked them already. There's one that, maybe his birth weight precludes him from being used on virgin heifers, but I think this guy really deserves to be mated to proven cows. This bull out of division number 2 here is going to be our champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull at the Cattlemen's Congress TSSC BT Limit Up 1099 JET, exhibited by Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana. And congratulations, your reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Goes to back number 50416, SMCK Jameson, exhibited by Caitlin Crewer. Again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors. Special thanks to our judge today, Mr. John DeClerc.